And welcome everybody to the stream. This is the Sorcery Midwinter Championship Top 8. We are coming live from Plenty of Games in Melbourne, Victoria. And we're really excited to see the conclusion to this tournament. Bunch of players battled it out in the Swiss rounds in order to then cut to the top 8. And in our quarterfinals, we have, I believe it's Sorcerer versus Realm Racer. Realm. I'm terrible with the names, but hopefully Jesse is going to be joining me in order to both help me out with the commentary and also give us that sweet insight that his big brain has. So we see the new mulligan rule in place, I believe, and yeah. Let's start off with a village coming into play and a soldier to boot. And, yeah. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I don't have a lot of experience with this matchup specifically. But I know that the two players playing this have been playing it for quite some time. Desert and moving. Very powerful card, that one. And it looks like Jesse's coming to help me out here so he can explain what's actually going on.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. And we've got a little bit of glare on the table. Sorry about that. We've got Nico on Pathfinder on the bottom of the screen. And then we've got Andrew on Seer at the top of the screen.
I was wrong on both of those.
Let's pop these mics on.
Yeah, okay.
That's going to make the quality of the sound a little bit better. There we go. Should be able to hear us a bit better. So Andrew has started off here with an aqueduct. And
we got a village into a desert.
Village into a desert from Nico on Pathfinder. And then Andrew's got looks like an undertow. And has elected not to move the Seer forward. Probably a good choice, I think. Nico's got a Shifting Sands.
So hang on, why is it not a good idea to move the thing forward?
So you probably don't want your avatar against a fire deck to be moving up adjacent to your opponent's sites at this stage. It'll just increase the likelihood of Violence being able to hit you for damage early on, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So Andrew, as the Seer deck, which you would anticipate, is probably a bit of a slower control build, particularly with water and earth being the two elements we've seen here. Probably choosing to try and stay back a little bit rather than use the undertow. One option that Andrew did have there, though, was to play the undertow to the side and then pull the avatar out of line. That's a common play with water decks and with undertow early in the game. But against a Pathfinder, which is a mobile avatar anyway, there's a bit less utility to moving sideways. Plus, you want to block the Pathfinder from moving up and taking more of the board. So taking that middle site's really important.
Is it a frog token?
Tadpole pool, yep. So we've got the 3 frog tokens going submerged under the tadpole pool. So because Andrew's first 3 sites were all water sites, he has managed to achieve the water threshold requirement for the tadpole pool. And then a tufted turtles. So tadpole pool, if you compare it to most cards in the game, being able to summon 3 minions for 0 mana is pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy. Especially if you can combine it with, what's the card that allows you to...
Necrotic Manuscript?
Yeah, you knew exactly where I was going. So Necrotic Manuscript allows you to draw a card, but then the thing takes damage. But when you've got a bunch of O1s, drawing 3 cards, pretty good.
Pretty good. And even just, that return of, you compare it to a river, a basic water site, you get to have a look at the top card of your spellbook and choose whether to leave it there or not. That can be useful. But having 3 little, even 0 power minions to block and disrupt your opponent can be pretty huge.
Okay.
So a Jihad coming down here for Nico, and then a Violent being able to be summoned right on top of Andrew's avatar. It's going to be 3 power Violent, and it's going to deal 2 damage to the Tufted Turtles, which...
had 1 damage on it from the Soldier token.
Had a damage from the Soldier token. I got a judge call. I'm going to take that. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, cool. So, I'm curious what this judge call is. I did see that soldier token kind of went diagonally sideways there, which normal you wouldn't be able to do, but potentially he actually attacked the site that was in front, and then it was defended by the Tough Turtles. But then the Tough Turtles should have moved, so I'm not entirely sure exactly how that soldier managed to attack the Tough Turtles. Yeah, that could be what's going on, judge-wise. Different game. Okay. Well,
because we have 4 games going on in the top 8 at the moment, with the quarterfinals at the moment. So just had a judge call from one of the other tables.
I see. So I was just trying. I thought that it was the soldier token being able to go sideways to attack the Tough Turtles. Which I was confused by.
No, I think it must have come up from the village to there.
Village up. Yeah. Okay. It just looked that way from
where things were.
Yeah. Probably because of the avatar being there.
So we've got a Pudge Butcher that's come down there for Andrew, which, as we know, an extremely powerful minion. It is going to be... This is where the frog tokens come in handy, right? Because on the one hand, the Vile Imp is just going to be able to move out of line over onto the undertow so that the Pudge Butcher can't hook it. But then Andrew's got the frog tokens underneath that site that from next turn, he's actually going to be able to use those to defend, to come up from the subsurface and defend. So sort of cornering that Vile Imp a little bit there.
Yeah, okay. So Andrew is with the green and orange sleeves, is that right?
That's right, at the top of the screen.
Top of the screen, all right.
And then Nico with the Pathfinder has moved onto a Mirage down in the bottom right corner there. Now, Mirage really is functionally blank in Pathfinder deck. You can't really use the ability, but it is a fire site. And because Pathfinder can only have 1 copy of each site in their atlas, at the moment with the alpha and beta sets, if you want to go beyond a certain number of fire sites, you actually have to start playing the garbage ones like Mirage, which doesn't really have an ability because you can't play 4 copies of the basic ones. You can only play 1.
Really?
Yeah. So Pathfinder's got a singleton atlas.
All right.
And so we're seeing some discussion there from the players. And I think Andrew played I'm not sure if that Quagmire came down this turn. I think it might have. So if on Andrew's most recent turn there was a Quagmire, that would have been helpful because it keeps the Vile Imp in place. So it means that nearby minions are immobile.
Okay.
So the Vile Imp wouldn't be able to move away. But unfortunately for Andrew, Quagmire being not a water site, probably the only non-water site Andrew has in play at the moment, Nico was able to bury the Pudge Butcher on the Quagmire.
Ah, okay.
So the Pudge Butcher, unfortunately for Andrew, getting buried there. And then Nico passing back to Andrew after the bury. And I think we've got a Root Spider. I'm not sure if that Root Spider came down this turn.
Yeah. So how many rounds did we have today before cutting to this top 8?
So we had 5 rounds of Swiss, and then we've cut to top 8, and it was best of 1 all throughout the Swiss. And Nico was first place, undefeated after the Swiss on the bottom with the Pathfinder here. So Nico went 5-0.
5-0, very sweet. Very sweet. So what's the game plan here? Because I noticed that both players here are on 20 life, and we're in turn 5 of the match. So is it to get to a late game inevitability strategy, or is this one of these decks maybe faltering a little bit because their typical game plan is not occurring?
So Nico on the Pathfinder, the advantage you accrue from Pathfinder is that you get to play a site for free every turn, basically. You don't have to draw sites. The Pathfinder just plays them off the top of your atlas by tapping and moving there. So Nico's probably got a full grip of spells here. We've seen a Berry and a Root Spider and a Vile Imp and a Jihad, like a few things come out. But by this point in the game, by turn 5, Nico will have probably had 7, depending if Nico went first, either 7 or 8 spells. As opposed to Andrew, who, to get up to 5 sites by this point, has had to draw 2 sites.
Okay.
So Nico's deck is wanting to get up to sort of this 6 mana point and then just go 2 spells, 2 spells, 2 spells, 2 spells, and be reasonably aggressive, and then finish off with some 6 mana finishes like Flame Wave, have some big fatties like Panorama Manticore. But there's ultimately a lot of aggression in this deck. So there comes that 6th site. And now Nico's going to want to be using, I can see in hand there, a Petrosian Cavalry, looks like a Firebolt, so a bit of burn, and a Warp Spasm, which is going to allow, with the Jihad in play, Nico can play out the Petrosian Cavalry as a 4-power
Haste.
Effectively haste.
Charge.
Charge, yep. So it can attack on the turn it comes in. And then he's also got the Violent, which is at the moment 3 power. And Andrew's just got a Tufted Turtles there to defend. So because the Tufted Turtles is on the same site as the Violent, it's going to be able to defend wherever the Violent goes. And because it's got this defensive ability that the first damage it's dealt each turn gets prevented, it's going to be able to successfully defend.
Oh.
But for what Andrew doesn't know is that Nico has this charge minion in his hand. So he's going to be able to, quote unquote, eat the Tufted Turtles. Or with what he's done there, he's attacked over in line with his Pathfinder, and he's going to be able to firebolts the Tufted Turtles to finish it off.
Yeah, that makes sense. And really important to get rid of that Pudge Butcher by Nico, because otherwise that Pudgy Pudge. Whoop, whoop.
So we've got some question here about what's happening with the Tufted Turtles ability. I'm not sure why.
We'll takesy backsy. We'll takesy backsy there.
Possibly. I'm just going to go have a chat to the players, because ideally we don't want people taking back plays after blocking decisions have been made.
Yeah, right. So you go talk to the players. I'm just
going to go chat to the players about that. Yeah,
and then I will continue to fumble my way through this as I'm trying to work out exactly what's going on. That Violent 2/2, but with the Jihad in play, gets +1/+0. So an additional attack power. Okay. So now we're going to instead play this charge creature. But we might end up just pausing this and going back and saying, hey, hang on a second. We're in top 8. This is a championship. And we can't be doing this kind of shenanigans. All right. So we've got the Firebolt there as well. I'll be interested to see what Jesse says when he comes back, what the players were talking about and what was going on. I also just want to commend the players for this situation. Part of what's going on here is that they're actually just being nice to each other, which is pretty great to see. Although now there's this Fire Imp in play still. Yeah. So Jesse's just come back, and it looks like the Fire Imp is in play.
Yeah, so the ruling there was that we've set out expectations around takebacks, that if information or decisions have happened, after information's been gained or decisions have been made after the event in question, then there's no takeback. But if nothing news happens, then we allow people to take things back. If they just misunderstood something.
So the information gained here was the choice to block.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Andrew made the decision to block. So we wound the game back to that point after Nico had gained that information. And the reason that what effectively Nico wanted to take back was the playing of the Firebolts. Because if you played the Firebolts, 2 damage would be dealt to the Turtles, which would kill it. And then the remaining 1 Firebolt would actually hit his own Imp and finish it off.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Firebolts was taken back, and instead the Petrosian Cavalry was played, and that was attacked. That attacked the Tufted Turtles to finish it off.
Yeah. And that's why the Violent is still in play.
That's
because
right.
The Tufted Turtles is a 1/3?
It's a 2/2.
2/2?
But the Violent's a 3 power because of the Jihad.
Ah, so it doesn't just give additional power, it also makes it stronger.
That's
as
right.
well.
Yep. Because in Sorcery, all of the minions have identical power and toughness, if you like. So it's a combined stat. So when Jihad gives +1 power, that means attack and defense.
I get it. I get it. That makes sense. All right, so we've got a turn 6 Philosopher's Stone coming out just in time. I'm going to guess that's not going to make too much of a difference to this game.
No, it will. I mean, in some ways, it means that Nico can play like a 4 and a 3 combined, because he does have things like Petrosian Cavalry that are 4 mana.
Yeah.
So it effectively puts him up to 7 mana, but not a huge impact.
Yeah.
And we know the Firebolt's in hand, and then I think the Warp Spasm, and there's, I think, one other card in Nico's hand, Warp Spasm being a 3-cost. Panorama Manticore. So that's a good one for Nico as his final card, because really what he was looking for here was some more ways to impact the board.
Mm-hmm.
Warp Spasm's great, but it's really a pump spell. And pumping your Violent to do, double damage effectively, giving it double strike for the turn is not super impactful when your opponent's on relatively high life.
So read out to me, what does Manticore do here?
So Manticore is a 5-power airborne lethal minion.
Okay.
And I think its ability reads, if you played a non-fire spell this turn, you can untap it at the end of your turn. So it can both attack and block so long as you're playing non-fire spells. I think that's the Manticore's ability.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head there. But really the relevant parts are the 5-power and airborne.
Airborne's huge, yeah?
Which makes it really hard for your opponent to chunk down with their own smaller minions.
Yep.
So for Andrew here, I mean, Andrew seems like he's playing more of a dedicated control build, which probably has a bit more hard removal to just be able to get rid of the Manticore, as opposed to Manticore is very strong into Earth decks generally.
Yeah.
Because an Earth deck might have, a few foot soldiers and maybe some 3 or 4 power things on the board that they might try and use to combine to take down your big minion. But because the Manticore is airborne, they can't do that.
Yeah. So you can sit there defending one thing without any kind of retribution.
Oh, well, and also airborne gives you the attack vectors because you can attack diagonally.
Yeah.
So it means you can attack in ways and patterns that they can't gang block you as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can see how it would be pretty crushing for the Earth deck.
So we've seen a common sense here from Andrew, and I can see a disenchant in hand, which will be, Andrew will be thinking about that Jihad. It's a really good target for disenchant.
Yeah.
Just to try and get a bit of pressure out of his face here, because currently Nico's just able to summon all of his minions right on top of Andrew's avatar.
Yep.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. Good use of disenchant there. Disenchant's an interesting card because it's like it's one of those things that can be both the only card in your deck that does something here because you really need it to, but otherwise it's dead.
Yes.
It does absolutely nothing.
It's very binary.
Yeah.
I should say dispel rather than disenchant. They're identical, but one's earth, one's air.
Just one question. If battle mates with grapple shot strikes an enemy, does it draw a card?
No.
Oh, sneaky little judge call with the head in the kitchen. So we're in the kitchen at Plenty of Games at the moment. We've got the
streaming setup out the back.
Yep.
So we've got the Maelstrom from Andrew there, and I didn't quite see what that submerged minion there is under the Maelstrom. Summoned something in there. So Maelstrom is a really interesting, unique site that says at the beginning of your turn, you may pull each minion in this body of water in one step. So you make an election at the start of your turn. Do you want to activate the Maelstrom or not? Once you do activate it, it pulls every single minion in the body of water one step closer to the Maelstrom.
Okay.
And because that Panorama Manticore is currently in the same body of water as the Maelstrom, because you've got the Maelstrom, then the Undertow, then the Aqueduct that the Manticore's on, at the start of Andrew's turn, he's able to pull the Manticore one step closer. So what that means sometimes is you can play a big submerged minion like an Anui Undine or something that's got a lot of power underneath your Maelstrom, and then as you suck things in, you can come up and attack them.
Yeah, very cool.
Not going to work on the Manticore because of the aforementioned airborne issue.
Okay, so it doesn't work on airborne minions.
It'll suck it in, but he won't be able to attack it with whatever's submerged there.
Okay. Because it would also make sense to me if you couldn't suck in airborne minions into a water vortex.
That would make sense.
Maelstrom.
The Maelstrom's it looks pretty intense.
Yeah, maybe it's sucking in air as well as water.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So the Manticore and the Violent, it looks like the Manticore is going to perhaps attack on the diagonal here back onto the Tadpole pool. Andrew has spread out the frogs you can see onto the Tadpole pool, the Undertow, and the Aqueduct. So 2 of them are tapped at the moment, but next turn he's going to be able to use those to defend on any side except the Quagmire where the Violent is. But a lot of damage coming down here, taking Andrew all the way down to 5.
We did no damage in the first 6 turns or 5 turns or so, and then bang, 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 down to 5.
And then a Petrosian Cavalry coming in as well. And because Andrew's not going to be able to defend here.
Oh, if he played it on the...
So he's played it on top of the Root Spider, which he's got to disable his own minion. He's choosing to move his Root Spider and then play it an attack. So Andrew quite rightly pointing out that he's going to have to move that Root Spider first.
Yeah. Could have moved the Root Spider up.
Panorama Manticore has died. I'm just trying to figure out why that is.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure. So everybody, the Maelstrom's activating, and the Petrosian cavalry is moving across. Each of the frogs are moving across underneath.
Yep.
And one of the frogs are moving over there. I'm not sure if that's a Lord of Unland, perhaps, that's submerged there, that Andrew's hoping to use to pump the frogs to 1 power so we could come up and attack. But because the Maelstrom is mandatory and each minion has to be pulled, the frog that was already out of that site had to be pulled across to the Maelstrom. So they weren't able to all converge under that one site.
That makes sense.
And with only 6 mana at the moment, able to go up to 7 here, this is where you can really see the power of that early card advantage the Pathfinder has compared to the Seer. So every turn that Andrew's had to draw a site here, Nico's been drawing spells.
Yeah.
And he's been able to use those spells to just pile on this damage. And Andrew, if he wants to keep drawing sites to keep building his mana base, is not able to access the spells that he needs to deal with these threats that Nico's putting on the board. So he's using the Seer's ability here to look at the top card of his spell book, and then he's looking to draw a site. So he's put the top spell on the bottom, didn't like it, and then he's drawn a site. So does he have a big 7 mana play here? It could be a Wrath of the Sea, for example, to submerge all minions and artifacts that are nearby to water. It's a giant shark. So the shark is going to, and then we're going to copy, interesting. Okay. So he's played a Mirror Realm, copying the Undertow, which then will activate, and it will suck in the Petrosian cavalry, or move the Petrosian cavalry 1 step, and the shark will then automatically attack.
Nom.
And then Andrew's got 2 mana left here. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to use that to deal with that Violent. So it looks like he will be going to Death's Door next turn. Currently, that Violent is threatening to put him to Death's Door, and he wasn't able to deal with that.
So that giant shark, the text on that one, if something comes into its body of water, it
Or
automatically
moves between sites in the body of water. Yep.
Okay. Or moves. Okay. And it will automatically attack that thing, even if you don't want it to.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it'll eat your own things if they move around in your body of water. But crucially there for Andrew, it was able to eat the Petrosian cavalry, which he was able to forcibly move with his Mirror Realm copy in the Undertow.
Unfortunately, though, we've gone to Death's Door. So with...
against a fire deck with an avatar in line with you, you're starting to be a bit nervous.
We're going to see some running away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as far as finishes, we already saw a Firebolts, I think, which is still in Nico's hand. So Andrew's going to want to get something in line to block the path of a projectile pretty quickly, or move his Seer over onto that Mirror Realm to get it out of line with the Pathfinder.
Yep.
The problem is Giant Shark is not a good and reliable blocker because, of course, on Nico's turn, Nico can make the shark move by dangling some bait elsewhere in the water.
I see.
Frog tokens also won't be sufficient. 2 of them, for example, won't be sufficient to block a Firebolts because the 3rd one will get through.
So you need 3 there,
That's
or to move it away.
That's right.
And then we're going to have a disabled Root Spider.
Played on top of the other Root Spider, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew's going to untap. He's going to have a look at the top card of his spellbook with the Seer's ability.
Whilst we've still got the double Whirlpool Maelstrom.
No, only 1 Maelstrom. The other one's the Undertow. So the Undertow is when it enters, it gets to move something 1 step. So that was what he used to move the Petrosian cavalry last turn.
I see.
Double Maelstrom is pretty cool, though, if you can get that going, because you can pull things twice and get some interesting directional movement happening. But not particularly good for him here. And also that Violent, unfortunately, that Quagmire that he played early where his Pudge got buried has also been a bit of a thorn in his side here because he hasn't been able to deal with the Violent because it's not on water.
That makes sense. Common sense.
So common sense for Andrew at 7 mana. So he's still got 5 to spend. He's choosing to get a Riptide, which is going to be able to deal with that Violent if he wants, because he can use the Riptide to suck the Violent into the water because it's adjacent to a water site.
Yep.
And then it will also draw him a card.
And then the shark will finish it off.
Shark will finish off the Violent. So the Violent is being pulled into the Tadpole pool. The Giant Shark's moving across, eating the Violent. And now, how is Andrew going to protect himself from this Firebolts, which I think he knows that Nico's got in hand?
Yeah.
The other finisher that Nico's deck and these Pathfinder decks generally play is a Flame Wave.
Yep.
Which is impossible to get away from, really.
Yeah. So we're going to try to hide behind these sharks, but on board we've got move Root Spider 1 to the left, undisabling the Root Spider that's on top, and then attack with the Root Spider into the body of water, removing the shark, and then that would result in the firebolts being lethal.
That's right.
So we've got to move up of the
Lord of Unland.
Yep.
And
would that increase the power of the frogs?
It does increase the power of the frogs, but only to 1. From 0 to 1.
From 0 to 1.
And so they're still just going to block one of the projectiles that the firebolt sends. So Nico has not moved his Root Spider across. He's just tapped it, but we'll presume that what he meant was that he's moving it across the one underneath. And then
I think he moved the one underneath on up
up to the surface.
Yeah,
yes,
up
that's
to the
what he's
surface.
done. Right.
Yeah. And there we have it.
So he's undisabled the Root Spider, moved the Root Spider into the body of water, and then the giant shark was pulled out of the way, no longer able to block the firebolts, and that was that. So really, Andrew's out there was to move the Lord of Unland up and move the Seer across behind the Lord of Unland to use the Lord of Unland as a shield, because that was the only one that was going to actually be an effective shield. Has 3 power.
Although at 0 to 20 against a fire deck, I don't think
query how long you're going to last.
Yeah, because especially with that the Flame Wave, getting there eventually, and you don't even have a commanding board position to start even attacking at all.
No, and you can start to see the seeds there for Andrew's deck of what it was really trying to do with Riptides and Giant Sharks, forcibly moving things around, getting value.
Yep.
Because he's not losing cards. Riptide is card neutral. It draws him another card.
Yep.
The Giant Shark eats things for free.
Awesome.
That's great. But he just didn't have the Tufted Turtles were dealt with just that little bit too easily.
Tufted Turtles are dealt with easily, and then that Manticore slammed in for like 10 damage.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Maybe even 15.
And Jihad. I mean, Jihad's a unique, doesn't always come up, but getting the Violin right up in your face.
Yep.
2 damage straight away, takes out a Turtles, and then it's attacking for 3.
And allowing you to play the charge creature.
Yeah, right in there
in order to take down the Tufted Turtles.
It's just a lot of pressure, and Andrew wasn't able to come back. All right, well, we'll mute up here, and we'll come back very soon for the semifinals with another match, probably in about 20 minutes' time. We'll just wait for the rest of the matches to finish up.
20 minutes' time, and then we'll get started.
We'll see you there. Thanks, everyone.
See ya.
All right, we are back with the semi-finals here. We have Nico at the top of the screen this time and Jared at the bottom. So Nico was our winner in the quarterfinal match. He was the top seed. He's undefeated today. Jared, of course, the reigning Australia-New Zealand champion who won the championship back in April, took home the Arid Desert original art piece. He's here to defend his crown, and he's playing Death Speaker today.
Yeah. I was just speaking to Jared a little bit earlier, and he mentioned that his original game plan that he was going to play changed with the rules changed with Roots of Idris.
Yep.
And so that meant that he actually scrambled together a different deck, which he felt was badly positioned if Idris was still in the old format. So definitely a new deck that he's trying out, and he said he's been having some good results with it.
Yeah, so he and Nick, who both came over from Adelaide, and Daria and their crew. Daria played Wolves, but which is her pet deck, and she did won a few games with that I saw. Nick and Jared both played this Death Speaker build, and they both had some good results.
Yeah.
I think Nick was 3-2, and I think Jared was 3-2-1. 3-1-1 rather.
And so
so Nico, I think, is start off with a Jihad there.
Yeah, it's got to be Jihad, right? Or
so the Jihad is Summoning Sphere, but I can't see an air threshold. I'm assuming that it is because that's a desert and a Quagmire, I believe.
So Philosopher's Stone plus the Onyx Core.
It's a strong start. So one of the interesting things that Jared's deck is trying to do, it's a Philosopher's Stone deck. So he has, I'm sure, mulligans, some spells to try and find the stone. It's pretty much trying to play Philosopher's Stone and a bunch of wizards all on the home site. Drop the Philosopher's Stone after the Death Speaker has cast a spell, then pick it up with one of the wizards. Then because the Philosopher's Stone says the first time the bearer casts a spell of each element, or the first spell of each element bearer casts XYZ, has a discount, the apprentice wizard can then cast any spell from your hand with the discount, even if it's a element that your Death Speaker's already cast. And then subsequent wizards can do the same.
So double discount kind of.
Double discount. And then it's leaning really hard into that by also playing 2 copies of Replication, which is an elite magic that allows you to copy an artifact. So you can get up to 3 copies of the stone. And then if you can get both your replications out and get 3 copies of the stone, then both Apprentice Wizard and Deep Sea Mermaids, which is another 3-cost cantrip, are free, effectively.
Yeah.
So you're playing these free 3-cost cantrips so long as you have a new spellcaster to hold all your stones each time. Apprentice Wizard is a spellcaster, but the mermaids aren't.
Yeah.
So you can cycle quite deep in your deck.
Yeah.
Quite early in the game.
So the objective is to get a bunch of card advantage through having these little 1/1s that cost little to no matter and replace themselves, and then to translate that card advantage into having an overwhelming board position.
Yep. Making it hard for your opponent to damage you early because you have a bunch of blockers.
And then use the Death Speaker ability to get things back from the graveyard.
Yep, that's right. So the Death Speaker, of course, can then get double value off the Apprentice Wizards and the Mermaids if they do happen to die. And then it's got Death Dealer, and it's got a range of other high-end cards like Great Old One, which is a 8-cost, 16 power. It's the biggest creature, biggest minion rather, in Sorcery, as sort of finishes, as well as Island Leviathans.
8 cost 16.
Yep.
I haven't actually seen that card.
So we've just seen there a Self-Same Simulacrum come down on the Violymp to kill the Violymp. So copying the Violymp.
Yep.
And in order to take it out because of the Jihad's extra power, the Apprentice Wizard also had to attack.
I see. So Apprentice Wizard to the bin. That Jihad doing some good work.
Yeah, but also Jared not too worried about having Apprentice Wizard in the bin because, of course,
the Death Speaker ability. Yeah.
And also able to access Nico's Violymp from Nico's cemetery as well.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. So a little bit of extra complication against Death Speaker, where you having your own creatures in your bin become a liability.
That's right. And then we can see Nico's got a Petrosian Cavalry, a Root Spider in hand. And one of the interesting things here about Jared's list as well is almost all the sites are water sites, which makes it difficult for Earth decks to get good use out of things like Earthquake and Bury, but also Root Spiders are terrible against you because they can't enter your sites buried because they're water sites.
All right, so we've got a Charging Cavalry here.
which is going to take out the self-same simulacrum, which is copying a Violymp. So the cavalry's 4 power, and it's taking out the 2 power Violymp, because Jared's fire minions, even though the simulacrum was copying a fire minion, it's only Nico's fire minions that get buffed by the Jihad.
Okay. So Jihad doesn't affect all
It's
fire.
only yours.
Only yours. Okay.
So Jared, I'm not quite sure how many cards Jared has in hand, but it's still a pretty fast start. So just like last game for Nico, a lot of cards in hand early in the game, because he's able to keep deploying his sights with the Pathfinder without drawing sights.
Yeah. So Nico's going to have that card advantage at the start, and then the question is, can Jared utilize the card advantage inherent in his deck and Death Speaker in order to take control of the game before the card advantage that Nico has early manages to maybe put Jared on death's door?
That's right. So then we can see here, so Nico's got the Petrosian Cavalry. Jared was able to use the Apprentice Wizard from the cemetery and then has played out another wizard. And if Jared's able to cycle using those wizards and possible deep sea mermaids that we might see coming out to find those replications, that's when he's really going to start being able to churn through the card advantage quite quickly without using up too much mana.
The simulacrum can also come into play as a copy of a wizard?
It can.
Yeah, and draw the card?
Yep.
If you use that with the Death Speaker ability, does it die straight away or does it die at end of turn?
Straight away.
Okay.
Immediately. So it'll be banished straight away.
Yeah. So you can't get it back from the graveyard, get them to pick up all the stones.
No. They can't be part of the chain. No.
No. Okay. That's probably a good thing.
Probably. So we're seeing a foot soldier token here. I might, rather than a Bulbasaur, I might go and give them a foot soldier, I think. That might make things a little bit easier for our viewers to follow. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Well, yeah. The Bulbasaur definitely not going to be mistaken for anything else, but at the same time, if somebody comes in, they're going to be like, what the hell is that Bulbasaur? All right, so the Charging Cavalry getting in and taking out the Apprentice Wizard. Not doing any damage at this point, so 17 to 20. And I think that Jared, being in a position where he's just trying to get more lands out, trying to find the more cards in order to get the engine going, pretty happy to be on 17 life at this point. We got the Foot Soldier, Jared's Bulbasaur going to the Exile Zone off camera. You got that looks like a Cave Trolls to me from Nico. And then we've got that soldier there. And Jesse's about to come back in right now. All right.
All right. So what did I miss on the transfer?
So that looks like a Cave Troll to me, I believe.
Yes, Cave Trolls down there.
And then
ground.
Yeah, and then we got the cavalry came in, killed the Apprentice Wizard, and now it's Jared's turn. He's drawn a spell by the look of it. No, which is the blue one? The blue's lands. He drew a blue one.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's a little bit hard. So I'm not sure where his spellbook's gone. Their spellbook's black.
Yeah,
that's what's going on. Being fooled by the black sleeves.
Yeah,
on the black playmat. So Jared drew a sight. Okay, that's interesting. So it could be like an Atlantean Fate or something like that Jared's trying to get up to, although he already did have more than 5 mana plus the discount. So perhaps just looking to keep building the mana. That might be the game plan, that with things like Island Leviathan in the deck, you have threats that can come out of your Atlas and you just want to keep building up as you go. So another self-same Simulacrum, I think, coming down here, possibly copying the Cavalry. I saw a flash of a Simulacrum, but maybe it was a little take back or a half play and then retract. Possibly
there's also that Violymp as well. So we might see like
we're seeing a wizard used.
Wizard used instead?
Nope. Thinking about it. Jared's having a good thing. So this is a crucial point in the game, I think. You can see that from how much Jared's thinking about what he wants to do here.
So is this cavalry going to do an amount of damage to me that is going to make it impossible for me to stabilize?
Yeah.
Do I need to expend some resources now, not developing my board, not developing card advantage, and instead just get rid of this cavalry? Or is that going to be a problem?
And this is another one of the key tempo pieces in Jared's deck, which is the Fey Changeling.
Describe to me, what does Fey Changeling do?
Fey Changeling can be played to any site.
Yep.
And it returns a minion there to its owner's hand. It's a 3-cost 1/1.
3-cost 1/1 that returns something. Okay.
And because it's a Genesis ability, of course, can be used again with Death Speaker from the Cemetery. So it can make it hard for Earth decks in particular, with things like Cave Trolls, to land them and actually have them be effective in the game.
Very an interesting desert off the top, a free ping on the the bounce creature can certainly help in terms of the mana component, or I guess in this context it means that you can save that 1/1.
That's right,
soldier.
And really, in games like this, where there's a lot of back and forth in terms of the cards you're playing, your opponent's then going to respond to, having those foot soldier tokens can really break that symmetry sometimes, and they can allow you to actually get in a bit of damage while your opponent is spending their time answering whatever you're playing.
Yep.
So keeping that alive, I think, there is actually a pretty big win for Nico.
Yeah, we'll chip away.
As long as he remembers to move it up here, of course. So Warp Spasm being used to get in for 8. Now, this is an interesting play because Warp Spasm, of course, is a unique. It doubles the power of the minion, and it allows Nico to attack with it. But Warp Spasm is sort of doubles your power, and it also gives you a Screaming Skull-like ability that if you kill a minion, you get to untap and go again. So it's actually a really good foil for Jared's strategy of piling up heaps of blockers or defenders on top of the Death Speaker for later in the game.
So it looks like that did 7 damage, not 8 damage. Is that because it doubles the base power and then the
Jihad applies?
Then the Jihad applies, or is it Jihad applies and then doubles?
I think it should double the Jihaded power. I'm just going to go and double check that with them. Nico did move up that foot soldier, by the way. I'm just going to go and double check whether that was what happened there.
Yeah, okay. So we'll just get a confirmation on that, making sure that everybody's on the same page. And whilst that's happening, let me just, pull up here. Good to see some people in the chat just saying hi. Infiltrate in hand. PMC, PMIC. Good observation there. I'm really interested to see how this goes because the way that Nico was talking to me in between rounds was that he was very excited to play against Davida, the possibility of playing against Davida, but was very scared about playing against Jared because of that potential card advantage engine that Jared has. And we have confirmation with Jesse coming back into the room now. And so we'll find out exactly what happened there.
So the error was actually earlier. Nico inadvertently dealt 3 damage with the Violence Genesis ability because it was 3 power, whereas it still only does 2.
Because it's the Genesis ability. Yeah.
And also because it's just 2 damage. It doesn't deal damage equal to its power.
Yeah.
So it's just
2
flat
damage.
2.
Yeah,
so,
flat 2.
Jared's life total was wrong, basically. At 17, should have been 18. So he took the 8 and went down to 10.
So that's why there was a plus to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought that was just checking to make sure. But that all checks out.
All makes sense.
Yeah. So if you were in this game, if you were in this match at this point in time, which seat would you prefer to be in?
It's really interesting. Jared has Angel's Eggs in deck.
Okay.
And if Jared draws an Angel's Egg, it's going to be really hard for Nico to chip him down.
Okay, so the chipping is,
that's the key. So if Nico is able to draw, I've seen he's just drawn Overpower there, right? So he's also got an Infiltrate, which he can use to take something like a Fey Changeling and just attack with it straight away. Because when you infiltrate something, it doesn't have Summoning Sickness again. So if it's untapped, you can just attack with it straight away.
Okay.
So this turn, he could, for instance, go Infiltrate, Overpower, attack you for 3. That's not great, but at least he's getting in damage. Yeah. And just chipping away, doing that, playing things like Violent, all these things are going to allow Nico to chip away at that 10. And if he can do that and get Jared down, then Nico has a plethora of ways, which we saw in the previous game, whether it's Firebolts or whether it's Flame Wave, to finish him off once he's at Death's Door.
Okay. So Jared is very keen to not go to Death's Door.
Yep. And
particularly because it means that those eggs become
useless.
Dead draws.
Totally. So he's going to be wanting to use probably, I imagine, that Fey Changeling that's in his cemetery on his next turn.
Yep.
To bounce that Cave Trolls again.
Yep.
Just to really preserve that life total and slow Nico down.
Got a Root Spider that is disabled. The what's the card that it's
Fey
disabled?
Changeling.
Fey Changeling. And is that also a bounce creature?
Yes.
Okay,
so
so
that's
there's just two.
copy.
There's two of them. Yeah. Okay.
So it's exceptional. So Jared's playing 3, I imagine.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting choice for Nico there because Root Spider, of course, disabling Fey Changeling, helpful. It means that it's not going to the cemetery and Jared's not able to use it again. But at the same time, he's kind of disabling his own Root Spider, really.
Yeah.
So could he have played it on the surface of the site next to the Cave Trolls, for example, and had another threat this turn?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that would have been the more kind of proactive way to have multiple things that are threatening to chip
Root
away at
Spider.
that.
That's not what you do with a Root Spider, Jesse. Come on.
You don't pay 3 mana for a 2/2 just to get in there.
No. You play Root Spider to disable creatures.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
So we
It's
saw
just one of those interesting things.
a Grandmaster Wizard being played by Jared there to
That's
draw
right,
3
which
cards.
is a key. That's the engine room. Any Death Speaker deck, I think anyone who's played Death Speaker and tested it knows that games where you see your Grandmaster Wizards, your win percentage goes up significantly.
Yeah, because not only does it on the first instance draw 3 cards, but then with the Death Speaker ability, you can play it from your graveyard, drawing another 3 cards. So if you have the mana in order to be able to fuel that engine, the rate at which you are able to draw cards and get in front in the number of cards that you have available to you, which means the number of answers that you have to their threats, and then you get to pull it in front.
Absolutely. And even particularly in a deck like Jared's, where every extra card he's able to access is going to chain into more cards, that card advantage really just spirals from a Grandmaster Wizard. So Nico would be seeing alarm bells now. On his last turn, he didn't really make any inroads. Like, he disabled the Fey Changeling, he played a Cave Trolls, which Jared's now bounced back to hand.
So will we see, Jared be keen to play that Simulacrum from the bin in order to copy the Grandmaster Wizard and draw 3 cards?
I imagine so.
And so therefore, the objective here is to get rid of that Grandmaster Wizard?
That would be good for Nico here. And also, not only does he get rid of the Wizard to stop the Simulacrum play, but he also stops the Wizard from being able to hold the stone next turn, which could be some inadvertent mana advantage that Jared's able to get from having another spellcaster sitting there.
Yeah. Okay. So
we're seeing a Common Sense for Petrosian Cavalry.
And that might be exactly what's going on here for Nico, is to play
the question is,
cavalry.
Is it better to get 4 damage in?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So he can play it onto the color out of space there and just attack for 4, which looks like what he's doing. He's thinking about it. He's like, Whereas, he's saying, I just need to chip away your life. That's my game plan. And I think that is the right thing to do here.
Yeah, it's a good old rule that in this situation, Nico's card advantage is the game ending and Jared having cards in hand.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very good way of describing it.
Yeah.
Now, Nico had 7 mana there. So the question is also, was it worth getting in an extra 2 with the Overpower? Because he had 1 left after Common Sense for Cavalry. He's got a 1 cost +2/+2 in hand.
Yep.
Was it worth doing that?
That's interesting.
I think it probably is, because he's got burn spells.
Yep.
So them being on 6 versus them being on 4, maybe you can burn them down.
It could be the difference, and you might not have another target later
for the
on in the game.
Overpower. Yep.
Yeah.
Now Nico is next turn, unless Jared plays a site here in front on square 12 there. Nico is going to be able to move his Pathfinder up and then the following turn attack onto the floodplain. So the Pathfinder becomes a threat, and I can't quite tell whether Nico's got a Torzheimer Trinket in hand, but if he does, then being able to turn the Pathfinder into something that attacks for 2 by buffing it with the Trinket can be an effective way to help chip away at that life total as well, and also make the Pathfinder into a good target for the Overpower.
Yeah. There's a very long pause there to the point where I was like, have we actually frozen here?
Has it frozen? Has someone knocked out the cables?
Yeah, but no, Nico then moved his hand, which...
Jared is going to do the aforementioned self-same simulacrum to copy the Grandmaster Wizard combo.
Yep.
So that's 3 mana down. And Jared's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So he's got 4 left. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana because there's 2 cores there. So he spent 3 of it and 5 mana left. And he can drop the stone and have the wizard pick it up. So he can use the water discount again if he wants to.
Yep.
So with 5 mana and a bunch of spells. So he drew 3 spells from the Grandmaster Wizard last turn.
Another 3 spells from the Simulacrum this turn. So the question is, though, does he have the right spells? Because he could have more pieces of his engine, more card draw, more...
I have a bunch of Deep Sea Mermaids and replications, which at this point, replication, copying your Philosopher's Stone, yeah, it's cool, but it's not going to save you from going to Death's Door next turn if Nico happens to have some good stuff. So he does, interesting here, play that site up onto space 12 in front of the Pathfinder. So Nico, with that overpower in hand, now is like, well, my Pathfinder can do 3 of the damage that I need.
Interesting options available.
And the remainder of Jared's mana going into... Oh, no, he's still got... with Poison Nova was 4, so he's... Because he played the Leviathan, he went up 1 mana, so he's got 2 left, and he's using that to play an Apprentice Wizard.
So who plays that Poison Nova there?
The Death Speaker.
The Death Speaker does?
Yeah.
Would that kill the Grandmaster Wizard, or is it opposing?
It would.
All right. So the Grandmaster Wizard is currently still there.
Yes. So I'm going to go check that out. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. Excellent.
Although the Grandmaster Wizard could have cast it.
But in which case that would do 1 damage to the Death Speaker?
No, because it's only minions.
It's only minions. Okay, well, then that makes sense.
I imagine the Grandmaster Wizard's cast it.
Yeah.
In fact, he's just moved the stone back onto the Death Speaker. So I think the... and that was because he's also played this Plague of Frogs. So Plague of Frogs is a water spell. He'd already played the self-same Simulacrum this turn as his water spell for the Philosopher's Stone discount with the Death Speaker.
Yep.
So it looks like he's transferred the stone across to the Grandmaster Wizard to get that second water discount and play the Plague of Frogs for free.
Yep.
So 1 cost spell down to 0. So there are 7 frogs sitting on that oasis. And then there are 3 frogs from the Tadpole Pool coming underneath the lighthouse.
All right. So a lot of frogs here. Deliberately putting them in front of the Death Speaker so that things like projectiles won't be able to get through.
That's right.
Yeah.
But that Island Leviathan space is looking juicy for an attack, right? So it's kind of sticking out like a sore thumb right in front of the Pathfinder. Overpower Pathfinder, get him for 3, and then spend my remaining mana.
Okay.
But opting instead to go out to the side here for the extra mana. So he does have a Panorama Manticore, which is a powerful 5-power airborne minion that we saw in the previous game.
Yep.
But yeah, the question is here, is giving Jared more turns to fire the Angel's Egg, play the Angel's Egg, is that...
Yeah, well, it's interesting because the other thing is that you might do 3 damage, but then you might just have Jared on 3, and you don't have the
impetus to finish him off.
Yeah. I suppose like the next turn you can attack for 1, which, is at least threatening a chip away. But then...
we're also looking at Isle of Leviathan being able to attack next turn.
Yeah.
Most likely. So I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're 1 threshold away from that Isle of Leviathan being online. So if Jared draws a site, plays a water site, which I imagine all of the sites in his deck probably are, the Isle of Leviathan is going to be able to swing in for 8.
So this game could turn around pretty quickly. And Nico might be a little bit worried about that. The Isle of Leviathan, can that only stay in water sites? Like, is it...
No, so once it activates itself, it leaves behind a flooded rubble.
Okay.
And then it just becomes an 8-power minion that can roam around.
It can roam around.
And do what it wants. But you have to get to 8 water threshold before it comes alive. Yeah.
So having a effectively free 8-drop, pretty darn important.
Pretty darn important. Now, Nico... of course, does have an infiltrate sitting there, which is a nice one to have against powerful enemy minions. But the problem for him is that the Island Leviathan is going to be tapped. So it's going to turn into a monster, a minion, and then it is going to attack straight away. You would presume. So he's never going to be able to infiltrate it and attack. The knocks. Nope. Oh, well, it looks like when it bounces, and also Death Dealer. So there's lots of that Jared can get rid of. The armor. You'd probably query whether you get enough value.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to see if there's something going on with the camera. It looks like we're getting some choppy feed here.
All right, you go sort that out and see if we can come up with a solution. And in the meantime, my first deck that I picked up was Death Speaker because I just won 3 cards with Grandmaster Wizard. And then I started getting beaten the hell up by Avatar of Earth deck that Jesse was playing. And then I pivoted to Avatar of Earth because it is far more straightforward. The thing with Death Speaker is that there's got this inherent card, Grandma Wizard being able to draw cards. Pretty fantastic. But there's this component of Sorcery TCG where tempo is actually incredibly relevant because sometimes you can have all the cards in the world but still die because you're on Death's Door, and it's pretty hard to protect yourself once you're on Death's Door. There's a lot of cards that, Flame Wave, for instance, that can just deal 1 damage to everybody, the entire board, so you can't protect yourself from that. And things like the eggs that gain 1 life, once you're on Death's Door, no longer applicable. So there was a lot of games that I, when I first started playing, I had all these cards at hand, and then I died. So that's when, you realize the complexity of this game, having a lot of different options available to you, but it's not as simple as just card advantage equals win, because card advantage is still really important, but also this tempo that is inherent in a lot of these card games, but particularly Sorcery TCG. So trying to develop both your mana via the land sites as well as trying to draw cards, choosing whether you draw a site or drawing a card. There's just some really complicated questions, which is what I like about this game. And Jesse's back in the room. So we're seeing a tap from the Death Speaker here and playing a site. That will give the threshold required in order to turn that land into an 8/8 minion and leave a flooded rubble behind.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then 2 Angel's Eggs.
2 eggs. Okay.
So at the end of Jared's turn, he's going to go up to 8. And at the end of Nico's turn, if Nico doesn't damage him, he'll go up to 10.
Oh, it's every turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
it starts to get pretty hairy pretty quickly.
Very quickly. So drawing those extra cards, this is like the pivotal point, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be a bit of a turnaround with the possibility of infiltrating the 8 power. Probably.
It's going to demand an answer. And I think we've got, so with this 2 Fey Changelings gone already, leaving 1 in the deck, but there's also the Death Dealer.
Yeah.
Now, you might think, Jared might want to pull the trigger on Death Dealer. He's got more minions on the board.
No,
he doesn't care about them.
He cares about those eggs, getting him back up.
And then the other threats in his deck are going to be able to finish it, whether it's the second Island Leviathan, a Great Old One, whatever it might be. Although, interestingly, Great Old One, Jared will know this, against decks that could be or are playing Infiltrate, very dangerous. Because it can come back in and hit you for 16.
So we saw
Nico took.
So that was
12.
a block from the cave
block from the Cave Trolls. Sorry, yep. I thought Nico had gone to 8. I was like, how'd that happen?
No, so Jared went to 8, and we saw a block on the Leviathan in order to stay on 20. So Nico, like, acknowledging the potential for his life total to quickly decline, and him going, you know what, this cave troll with all these frogs around is never going to get into for some damage.
Wouldn't have thought so.
So I'm just going to throw it in the bin.
7 frogs, an apprentice wizard, all sorts of things happening there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was intelligent. And is that's not Nico's Panorama Manticore still alive there on Jared's side, is it? I can't quite tell underneath the Death Speaker.
Ooh, that's a good question, actually. Is that like a, yeah. No,
Nico seems to be paying some attention over there, so I'm not quite sure.
Maybe it is a Manticore.
So Nico's got an Earthquake. He's got another Petrosian Cavalry, which can get in here. Like that Oasis is still unguarded on the right-hand side of the screen from our perspective. But it looks like he really wants to get the value off the Jihad, but it's not going to happen.
Those frogs.
There's a lot of blockers there under the Jihad.
Yep. Counting exactly how much
mana
mana
because he does have the pump. He does have the pump. This is where, like, would another 2 damage from the Pathfinder in the last 2 turns effectively have made the difference? Maybe not. I mean,
well, maybe he didn't have access to the same amount of lands in that scenario, though, as well.
Yeah, he would have been 2 down this turn. 1 down last turn, I don't think really made a difference. Although it depends if that is that Panorama Manticore. I can't recall now if he did not play. He did. Okay. So it's interesting. He is just going to get a self-same Simulacrum as a blocker, which is going to draw out another 3 cards next turn. But he does get the Manticore over closer to the Oasis, because next turn it will be able to diagonally attack there.
And then the Overpower coming in.
The Overpower does come out. In
order to do 5 power worth of damage.
And this is where Nico might be wishing that Infiltrate was like a spin attack or something that he could use on the Panorama Manticore to just get a bit of damage in. But yeah, choose to infiltrate that Island Leviathan. And I can't, because Jared's got these black sleeves on the black playmat, I can't get a sense for how many cards are left in his spellbook at this point. He has drawn a lot of cards.
Just counted them before. So
okay.
The players know.
The players know, and
we don't know.
That potentially indicates that Jared is kind of digging for that Death Dealer. Or that self-same Simulacrum, or wanting to know at least what the chances are, perhaps if he uses this Simulacrum in the... sorry, not what I said, digging for the Simulacrum, but digging for the Fey Changeling. He might be thinking, if I use this Simulacrum that's currently in the cemetery, what are my chances of hitting something that's going to be able to remove that Leviathan?
Yeah, because that Leviathan has this ability to put him straight to Death's Door because of the stealth component. So can't block that, can't target it, and that means that there's only a certain number of interaction spells left in his deck. But he does have access to that Simulacrum to draw 3 cards with the Grandmaster Wizard. And he's got the Angel's Eggs to go up to 7, which is crucially less than 8.
Less than 8. But he does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So he did lose a mana from the Island Leviathan no longer being a site.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana plus the discount. So if he spends 3 on the Simulacrum, he will still have 6 to be able to play Death Dealer.
Okay. Crucial.
And he does. Yeah, he's got 2 Oasis.
Now, with the way that the Leviathan works, if you were to return that to your hand, right?
Yes.
Like with the bounce spell. Would that return the site to your hand, or would that is that a token?
It would return the Leviathan. The rubble that's there is now the site.
Okay.
So the rubble is a neutral site.
Yep.
And that's what's now there. So that's been created by the Leviathan's ability.
Okay.
It's no longer linked to the Leviathan in any way.
So if you bounce the Leviathan,
the rubble will stay there.
The rubble stays there, and you get that site back into your hand.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
And then you can play it again.
That's right.
And then straight away you can turn it into an 8-8.
That's right. But it will have summoning sickness that turn.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So then if Nico's got the follow-up infiltrate, he could go again, but you just wouldn't turn it into a minion until the following turn.
So we see a tower getting played there.
And a browse.
A browse.
That is going to very effectively dig for the Death Dealer.
With the
going
top
to dig
7
deep. Yep. So Harlem Princess, Great Old One, Replication, a Grandmaster Wizard, a Violent, so no Death Dealer. No Death Dealer, no Fey Changeling. Could be crucial. There is an Apprentice Wizard which I think, because Browse is effectively free, Apprentice Wizard is effectively 2 mana. He has played the self-save Simulacrum, it looks like, because it's no longer... Oh, no, it is there in the cemetery, beneath the Browse, the second Simulacrum.
Yeah.
So he still has that mana available. So he spends 0 mana.
Yeah.
Basically. So he could take a Grandmaster Wizard and still have 4 mana, which is enough if he draws the Fey Changeling to be able to play that. He could play an Apprentice Wizard, and then if he draws the Death Dealer, he's still got enough mana to play that. So there's a few options. This is all assuming that he doesn't have one of those answers in his hand already. But I think they may be 2 of the only answers in his deck. He may have another Poison Nova. He's played 1 Poison Nova.
So Poison Nova, 1 damage to everything in nearby to the caster.
That's right. So that Apprentice Wizard there could cast it, and it would kill the Island Leviathan.
But it would also kill all of your frogs.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which could be a bit more of a problem with the Panorama Manticore, but he could also kill the Panorama Manticore just by moving the Apprentice Wizard across 1 to the right.
Yeah.
And then casting the Poison Nova. So that would potentially be helpful.
Yeah. All right.
Another answer.
A variety of answers, some better than others.
Yeah, like Death Dealer, I think, is the big one that he really wants to hit this turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or maybe the Fate Changeling thing. I mean, that would be better, yeah? Return it to your hand?
Fey Changeling, I think, is the best out for him, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Although the Death Speaker would get rid of that.
Death Dealer would get rid of the Cavalry and the Manticore.
Yeah.
Which so we deal with
also sitting there going, we might be able to get in there,
I mean, you combine them together and they're enough to get into Death Storm. Now, Jared does have options to play blockers, but again, I mean, if he plays only an Apprentice Wizard as a blocker, for example, underneath the Cavalry, Nico can attack it with the Pathfinder, get rid of it, and then deal 8 with the 2 minions that are there.
Yeah.
So Jared is under a bit of pressure here. Death Dealer solves all the problems.
Yep.
Fey Changeling solves one of them. Fey Changeling combined with Apprentice Wizard, combined with maybe another 1 or 2 blockers, helps even more. But he does have some thinking to do.
Yeah.
We had a comment here in the chat, wonder how the matchup would have played out if the Grandmaster Wizard had been infiltrated earlier. It's a really good question. We've already had the self-same Simulacrum copy it. We've got the option here for the second self-same Simulacrum to copy it. Those options would have been taken away if the Infiltrate had been played earlier to take the Grandmaster Wizard.
Yep.
And that also takes away the Cemetery use.
So Simulacrum couldn't come in as a copy of that if it was owned by your opponent or if it had stealth?
If it had stealth, I'm thinking, although I'm just trying to think back to Simulacrum's exact wording, it probably still would be able to copy it, I believe, because it just comes into play or just enters as a copy of a nearby minion.
So
perhaps that wouldn't stop that.
Yeah. Interesting.
I need to have a look at the wording though. I haven't got a self-same Simulacrum in front of me.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll pull one up on my phone.
Pull one up. Yeah.
And then we'll have a look at it.
So it looks like we've got self-same. So it looks like we've got a replication has come down here. Not quite sure exactly how much mana Jared has left. So the Grandmaster Wizard is going to pick up both of the stones. So effectively, replication is very much mana neutral, if not mana positive for Jared here. Assuming that he continues to make use of those discounts this turn.
Maybe summoned as a basic copy of a nearby minion.
Yeah, so I think it could still copy the Grandmaster Wizard.
Even if it was infiltrated.
Yep.
Interesting.
And really, the Infiltrate has been quite good for Nico here, creating a lethal threat.
Yep.
So we've got Deep Sea Mermaids as a blocker, and when I spoke through that scenario of Jared playing a blocker underneath the Patrician Cavalry, what the Deep Sea Mermaids in that position does is the Pathfinder can't attack it.
Yeah.
Because it's not adjacent right now. So the Deep Sea Mermaids is very likely to be able to absorb one of the attacks from either the Manticore or the Patrician Cavalry. And of course, Mermaids itself drawing Jared a spell off the bottom of his spell book as well. Now we're seeing a lot of minions being tapped here, which does indicate to me that there might be a Death Dealer about to arrive.
Poison Nova.
We're seeing a Poison Nova.
So hide those frogs away. And also, very relevantly, put the
Fey Changeling in the bin.
Into the bin.
Yep. Huge.
And
Huge,
then we
huge,
might
huge.
even see...
Panorama Manticore looks like it might get bounced.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we've used the Death Speaker ability this turn, from Jared's perspective.
We can see like this amassing of different things all on this one square. To the point where Jared's having to use like a variety of the table.
Yeah, so we had a chat about this earlier in the tournament, and we decided that the space immediately behind it there was the clearest way to represent what was going on.
With
On
that
side.
number of when you get into that number of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think we can see generally what's going on there. Possibly those angels there could be nudged down and to the right a little bit, but I think we all know what's going on there. They're not sitting in the void.
Yep.
So 2 Philosopher's Stones, 2 Cores, a Grandmaster Wizard, and 10 Frogs, I think, on that side of the room.
And survived another turn, going to 7.
Going to 7, getting rid of the Manticore, and also likely being able to defend against the Petrosian Cavalry with that Mermaids.
Yep. Yeah. So dug very deep in order to find the answer. Didn't find the best answer.
No.
Probably found the 3rd best answer, though. But with the amount of cards that Jared had access to, I'm not shocked.
No.
Although, yeah.
If he had found 0 answers, it was a problem.
Yeah, Death's Door, and then then it comes down to Flame Wave.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we do see a Flame Wave here, what goes on there?
So I mean, Flame Wave, it's interesting, would still be a decent play for Nico here before getting him to Death's Door.
Yeah.
It's going to wipe out everything that's on the surface of sights, which is everything, and it's going to deal some damage to Jared's avatar as well. It's going to get rid of that Deep Sea Mermaids. He doesn't have it in hand, from what I can see. I think he's got Panorama Manticore, Firebolts, and Earthquake. Now, Earthquake's still good. It can get that Deep Sea Mermaids out of the way. It can allow Nico to do 4 damage, and it could potentially allow him to get his Pathfinder in line to be able to Firebolts, which is Death's Door.
Yeah.
So I think with 7 mana, Nico is actually potentially here looking at the ability to get Jared to Death's Door. Because what he needs to do is put his Pathfinder over next to one of Jared's sites, so adjacent to that oasis that's immediately in front of the Death Speaker. So he would actually need to attack onto that side, and the Grandmaster Wizard could defend. That's the foil, unfortunately. Although, what if he... Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think he can get his Pathfinder to both successfully attack and get into line with the Death Speaker this turn.
So what do we do then? Because we could attack with that Pathfinder and see whether the blocker of the Mermaids occurs. We could cast this Bury to start with, get that Mermaids out of the way, and then attack for 3 + 1 is 4. Although that's just kind of neutral, right? Because
it's either 7 or nothing, really.
Yeah.
I mean, not 7 or nothing, but if you're going to expend all the resources in your hand, I think you want to be getting him to Death's Door that turn. But it looks like Nico's eyeing off this Manticore again, which
might be the best play available to him if he can't get him to Death's Door.
It may be, because it is a big threat. It's very flexible in terms of where it can attack. Jared has piled everything up at the back of the board, so his blockers are not as spread as they were. And
where do you play it?
I think you played on the color out of space here, because then it can attack down into that Gothic Tower in the corner, which is pretty hard for Jared to defend. He's also got this Root Spider sitting there, which, could have done a lot of damage this game.
Well, but that's not what Root Spider... I'm on Nico's side here. That's not what Root Spider does. Come on. Get out of it.
So Earthquake instead, he thought about the Panorama Manticore. I've just got a judge call in the other match, so I'm going to leave you to talk this through.
Excellent.
Isaac,
all right. Well, I will.
He's choosing some rearrangement.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Nico's definitely got his work cut out for him here. So does Jesse, actually, having to do both commentary and judging at the same time. So just ducking out to answer a judge call from the other semi-finals, or potentially the draft is going on at the store at the same time as well. All right. Looks like an Earthquake coming down here. That's what it looks like to me. with a lot of things getting buried. Is that an earthquake?
The judge call is, do we remember whether Jared gained life at the end of his last turn? Yes, he did, because the Iron Leviathan would have been lethal. We figured that out. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And we can, I'm sure that we can double check the chat here. Yeah, somebody would have picked that up, I'm sure. Nobody mentioned that one. So, yeah, I think Nico actually did it. So, it looks like an earthquake, I think.
The earthquake has happened, but we haven't got the deep sea mermaids out of the way. So actually, I think, oh no, he is. Yeah, he is doing it. So he has figured it out. That's the puzzle. So now he gets to attack with the cavalry, attack forward with the Pathfinder. He's done it. And then he gets to 5 bolts across. So 1 damage, 3 damage.
3 damage here. Yeah. Is that Grandmaster Wizard gone? No, because it's on a water site.
2, 3. No, none of them die because then all of them are water sites. And then the 5 bolts is going to get Jared down to death's door. So huge play from Nico and really well figured out.
Ooh,
so
that is amazing. Well played, Nico.
Very, very, very well played. So there are many blocks of foresights that he could have rearranged. He could have rearranged where his cavalry was, where his Pathfinder was, where the Deep Sea Mermaids was. You know, he could have rearranged that foresights.
Yep.
And got everything a bit closer to the Death Speaker. But instead, he elected to shove the Deep Sea Mermaids down and at the same time bring the Death Speaker up in line, which allowed him to get him to death's door.
Now, that effectively also just draws 2 cards, and these eggs no longer doing anything for the rest of the game.
Draws 2 cards, and I mean, gosh, imagine how many cards the effectively 4 life per turn cycle would have cost Nico over the next couple of turns, you know, to be able to deal that much extra damage.
Yeah.
So it's just huge.
Yeah. So those eggs coming down, maybe like literally just 1 turn too late.
Yeah.
But that's partly because Nico put this pressure on that said you do actually have to answer what I've got on board, because otherwise this Manticore is going to clunk you for 5. You can't really take the time to even play those eggs. So they might have actually been in hand for Jared a little bit earlier, but not actually having the opportunity for them to come down and do their work until the time where he played both of them in the same turn after he'd stabilized. But then sneaky little overpower for getting an extra 2 in, a couple of charges, and then that infiltrate manning that Jared had to do a lot of work that turn in order to get rid of the Leviathan, which was presenting lethal as well. So really well played by Nico here. Really exciting.
Huge. Yeah. And getting the Leviathan out off the board as well. You know, like that's one of Jared's got a small number of threats in the deck. They're really potent threats. The 2 Leviathans are 2 of them, and then there's a great old one. Getting rid of that Leviathan as well as using it through infiltrate to present that credible threat to get into death's door meant that Jared had to expend heaps of resources just really treading water.
Yeah.
And Nico's now not under a lot of pressure.
Now, I want to point out one thing, right? So that play there, right? Like that turn that Jared had to search through his deck, draw more cards, find the Poison Nova in order to do that. Right? If there just happened to be an extra one of those
Fate
Changelings in the bin instead of being disabled by that Root Spider.
That's right.
Then maybe this whole game plays out differently.
Completely.
So I reckon that Root Spider disabled play 100%.
Yeah, I mean he took that Fate Changeling, which is really crucial in this matchup.
Yep.
Out of the game for a really long period of time.
Yeah. And took it out of the game in a way that it didn't go to the graveyard.
Exactly. He took the second copy of it, if you like, or the second play of it off the table for Jared for a long time. And now the Root Spider's there underneath the Apprentice Wizard, just preserving Nico's life total a bit.
Yep. And at this point, Nico's just like, find me a Flame Wave, please.
Yep. Top of the deck every turn. Is it a Flame Wave?
Is it a Flame Wave? Is it a Flame Wave? Because it's going to be really hard to do this last point of damage with the amount of creatures, frogs, and everything going on in that thing. It's pretty like, is there much else other than the Flame Wave?
I don't know if he plays Minor Explosion. All right. Well, we're seeing a Narcotic Manuscript is coming down, which is going to draw Jared the rest of his deck effectively. So he's got 10 frogs, I think. And he's just going to draw through. And he's drawn through. He's found Lantean Fate, Death Dealer, Grapple Shot, all sorts of things. Grapple Shot, of course, a really great finisher for Jared. We talked about Island Leviathan, Great Old One.
Yep.
They're massive, but they're a bit slow. Grapple shot speeds them up and makes them precision targeted at the head of your opponent.
Yep. So we might actually see a swift turnaround by Jared here.
We could.
We could see a 16 damage coming down, grapple shot, bang, bang.
And Narcotic Manuscript costs Jared 2 mana.
Yep.
But he's got still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think is his total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 2, 10. So he's got 8 left. Plus the double stone discounts, which he can use like infinite times, basically, because he's got 2 Grandmaster Wizards sitting on top of his Death Speaker that he can share the stone with.
Yep.
So we've got Death, Dealer, Grapple Shot. We've got Disenchant, which was, I think, the next card. Did you just flip that off the top? I think that must have been the next card with the manuscripts. Not going to do a whole amount here.
Well, I might get rid of that Jihad if that's still fine.
That's true. That's true. Jihad could be relevant, although in order for that to be relevant, he'd want to be running his Death Speaker backwards. Because, of course, if Nico top decks a Violin Pirates game, he just plays it on top of the Secret Tunnel or anywhere under the Jihad. And 2 damage straight to the Death Speaker.
So gets rid of Violin Bizzing out.
Yep.
Which,
it's pretty big.
Pretty big.
Yeah, like that. Nico, I think, has only played 1 so far this game. So that's potentially 3 more outs in Nico's deck that he can neutralize using that Disenchant.
Yeah. And Disenchant costing only 1 mana with the discount from Philosopher's Stone.
0. Double stone.
Double stone.
Yep. So it's free.
Okay.
Because he's got that replication copying the stone.
Now, for those watching who haven't maybe played as much sorcery, what happens when you go down to 0 cards left in your library?
So you lose if you try and draw from an empty deck, but you've got 2 decks. Okay. So if Jared were forced to or attempted to draw from an empty spellbook, he would lose the game. But at the start of his turn, he always has the option to draw from his Atlas.
Okay, so you can draw from Atlas, but it does mean that, like, if you don't have any cards, you can't play the Apprentice Wizard in your hand because that would draw a card.
That's right.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. And not a situation that I've really seen occur before. But with that manuscript drawing the number of cards that it has, and Jared drawing the number of cards from the Grandmaster Wizard, the Simulacrum, the other Grandmaster Wizard, the possibility of that occurring is actually pretty high.
This is going to be one of those flip the top card of your deck moments. Jared's now got enough cards in his hand. He's got Nimbus Djinn here. He may even be putting Nico to Death Star right now with this Nimbus Djinn.
Okay. That would make sense with the amount of cards that is just drawn. So Nimbus Djinn, you can discard a card to deal 3 damage to another
random
unit at this site.
Yep.
So you can discard 1, kill the one of the things that you're going to discard is going to kill the
cavalry.
The cavalry, I guess, unless you want to randomly hit only the Pathfinder every single time.
Yes, but it's likely to be n-1. Is the amount of hits that are going to happen, and each one does 3 damage. Yeah.
And then it's going to be in this spot where it's like, oh, I can get you. Right? I got that grapple shot in my hand. I can find you pretty much wherever you hide on the board, Nico. So
although it looks like perhaps I was wrong about 10 cards. Jared might actually have a bit fewer than that in hand because it looks like the frogs are split over 2 sites. Yeah, so maybe he drew 7 and he's played a few. I'm not quite sure. And something's happening here with the Grandmaster Wizard. It might be picking up the stones, possibly, for example.
Okay. So I'm sure that they're communicating thoroughly with each other to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. And we'll just guess.
Yes, we'll just speculate. And it may be here that Jared wants to maneuver in such a way that the Grandmaster Wizards go to the cemetery so that he can draw some more cards to fuel the Nimbus Djinn. He may be just a few short. I'm not quite sure. He might want a Death Dealer, for example. Although that would kill the Nimbus Djinn, so he probably doesn't want to be doing that right now.
I think that Nimbus Djinn, the objective is to get some Death's Door action going on.
All right, another Deep Sea Mermaids is just going to cycle through, draw Jared another card. So it's edge of your seat stuff waiting for, there we go. Okay. Looks like he's got enough cards. He's discarding 8 cards by the looks of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Down they go. And Nico is down to 0 and the Petrosian Cavalry's dead. Okay. So
Have they shortcutted that instead of randomizing?
They have,
8 times?
and Jared's just discarded. I guess there's a possibility that they're all going to hit the Pathfinder and no one's going to hit the cavalry. Yeah,
In which case the cavalry would still be alive.
we'll still be alive. So we're gonna.
We might have to double check that they actually do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and just get them to 50.
Oh,
Nick,
there
they're
you
saying
go.
that, right?
Random is so it's got to be odds.
Even.
Is
Okay, so one hits the
Yeah.
cavalry and then they're good to go. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you just needed to roll one odd out of 8.
Sorry,
Sorry, one even out of 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yeah.
Right,
Jared-
Nico,
Jared's
flip
on
the
one.
top card of your deck. Is it a flame wave?
Is it a flame wave, baby? Is it a flame wave?
And
Right,
actually,
could it
I
be
mean,
a
Jared
violent?
hasn't ended his turn yet. Jared hasn't ended his turn yet. He's Death Speaker untapped.
All right,
so
so we
he's
see disenchanting, so the violent isn't.
And he's going to move his Death Speaker back.
Yep.
So he's being careful. He's not going to allow the firebolts from the Pathfinder just moving across. You know, everything was deliberate.
Although, yeah, and that's why he's put the 3
Deep Sea Mermaids there.
deep sea mermaids there, and then
And
we've
it's
got
a common sense.
common sense.
And is there a lightning bolt? Because there's probably not, because he's not playing air.
Yeah, probably not. But
But he can go and get Heat Ray. And the Death Speaker is now no longer in line.
yeah, so some smart thinking
Mhm.
from Jared.
In terms of hiding out.
What are the outs? What are the outs that are available?
Well,
Yeah.
Violent.
Violent, which
Is
is
an ordinary.
why you disenchanted.
Yep.
Right. The firebolts getting out of the way. Right. Like and putting himself in a position where what's going on here?
So the Root Spider. And he's got a River of Flame. He's thinking about his River of Flame somewhere. I was thinking, but he's got a Secret Tunnel.
And what's the secret tunnel do?
A Secret Tunnel allows your units to do some kind of extra maneuvering. Not a card that I've ever played with.
All right. So
But
I'm
really
gonna
potentially relevant in this circumstance. I think he may have been trying to move underneath the Nimbus Gin to disable it. But it's not super relevant here because even if he could, if that wasn't a water site, there's a Violimp in the cemetery. So Jared is 100% going to be able to kill Nico next turn. Although Nico's got the Pathfinder ability. So actually Nico has Lethal here. So he can use the Pathfinder to play a site from his Atlas and move, because he's Pathfinder, into the corner
Yep.
on location 1,
Yep.
and then get a Heat Ray with the
Yep.
common sense, and then Heat Ray and kill a Death Speaker.
But wouldn't the heat ray run into the
Piercing projectile deals 2 damage to 1 unit at each location.
1 unit, 1 damage to each.
2 damage to 1 unit at each location.
But does he have the heat ray in his deck? And
I'm pretty sure he does.
Does he have the knowledge? Right? Like,
I'm pretty sure he does.
yeah. All right. So we see a common sense. Nico's gonna.
Is he going to get the Heat Ray?
Is he gonna get? Is he gonna see it? Because this is difficult.
This is difficult.
This is difficult.
But it is also the mobility of the Pathfinder. This is the mobility that Pathfinder gives you late in the game. He looks like he's going into the tank here. He's not 100% sure.
Yep.
He's like, Firebolts, that's not enough. There's 3 Deep Sea Mermaids there.
Yep. That doesn't work. So
Doesn't work. What have I got?
all right.
I've got Violence. That's not going to do it.
The
not gonna do
jihad's
it.
gone.
No more Jihad.
Yep.
Is there a Heat Ray? Is there a Heat Ray, Nico? There's a
And
Cross and Kobolds. That's not ordinary. Also not going to help.
Yep.
There's 2 Flame Waves there.
we're seeing
They're
this
elite.
going
They're not
past
gonna
it.
help.
Yep. Yep.
There's no Heat Ray.
Doesn't look like there's a heat ray. Ooh.
It's just
Ooh.
Firebolts.
Just firebolts, which often most of the time the firebolts is going to be better. Right?
Most of the time.
Yeah, but this is like
There's exactly 3 Deep Sea Mermaids in the way.
yeah.
Which,
is
you know,
very deliberate.
very deliberate.
by Jared. Very deliberate. Which is very
He
cool.
can't
to
get
see.
that Blaze. He can't get a Blaze, which would do it.
Why would the boys not do it?
Blaze would. Oh, actually, Blaze wouldn't do it because there's plenty of blockers,
Mhm.
which he wouldn't be able to kill all of. Disenchant's not going to do it.
No.
Berry is not going to do it on its own.
No.
He'd need a Berry and a Firebolts.
So I can.
So what he can hope for is to Pathfind. Has he got a desert left? No, all 3 deserts are on the board.
So that's another sneaky one, though.
So does he have any sight
that can come into play and get rid of one of those blockers.
Yeah, do something to those deep sea mermaids.
Yep, he's hidden the tank here. Nico, one of the most important
He's seen the
decisions.
spot. He says, I want to go there. And I want to kill you. But I haven't got the right card to do it.
But I need to go through all the different options because this is such an important. This is the game. This is the game.
Yeah.
Either I win this turn, or I'm packing up and going home because you put me on death's door in one turn from 20 down to 0. And he deliberately, maintained his life total.
Yeah.
Blocked the Leviathan early in the game in order to stay on 20. But that manuscript's meaning that an additional 6 cards or something were drawn with that manuscript.
A lot.
And that meant that he had enough to be able to Nimbus Gen one shot down to death's door.
And the disenchant on the Jihad so that the violence aren't lethal. And
just smart play. Just smart play by Jared.
The 3 deep sea mermaids in the spot to block the Pathfinder's access.
So next time, are you changing your deck and putting a heat ray in there?
If you're Nico.
If you're Nico, after this game,
I think you are. I think you have to.
Just an obligatory one of.
When you're playing Common Sense, you want to have the toolbox. Minor Explosion does it. It's also ordinary.
But you might have also had a bunch of times where you've been playing this deck
and you drew the Minor Explosion and you hated it. Maybe.
Or you drew the heat ray and you're like, I wish this is a 5.
Wish it did 3 damage.
Yeah.
But for finishing the game, I think the Flame Wave's great. It's really reliable. But Heat Ray and Minor Explosion do some things in games like this that Firebolts doesn't.
Yeah.
It gives you a bit of reach with your Pathfinder.
Having that versatility. Yep. Still, I know I want to go here.
All right. So I think we've got to flip the site too. Although he
he's
could have done that before he played the Common Sense. Yeah.
So So now he has to work out what are the actual sites that I got, and that's where he just pointed to his deserts, right?
Yeah. He's saying there's 3 deserts on the board. That's a bad number for me.
Yeah. So is there anything else that I can play? And I think the more he thinks about it, the more he's thinking to himself, I just don't think that there's any more outs available to me. So can I then stay alive for one more turn? Can I get one more draw step?
No, you can't. There's no way you can get away from the violence here if you're Nico. Which is unfortunate.
Firebolts in hand.
So the only way he can get away from the violence is to banish them with the Pillar of Xeros, but then he's got all these Deep Sea Mermaids and the Nimbus Gen staring him down anyway.
Yeah. So there's no way that you get back from that. For those interested in what the Secret Tunnel does, it reads, burrowed allies can move as if they were adjacent to your other sites.
So it could move to the subsurface of the River of Flame, for example.
Yeah.
It's only your other sites.
Yeah. And they have to be burrowed. It doesn't unburrow them. So It does mean that that root spider has a lot more mobility.
But only, unfortunately, under Nico's own sites.
Yeah.
So let's flip that top site. I don't think it's going to be able to be one that does anything.
All right. So Firebolts in hand from the Common Sense. Nico's going to move that, and I think we're then going to see a handshake. Actually, one way or the other. And I guess if we see a desert, then there's worse problems involved.
Yeah. Then we have to have a real conversation. Thanks, Michael. Michael chipping in and saying this is a great game. It really is. This is about as close as you could possibly get. It's so close that if there was one slightly different ordinary burn spell in Nico's deck, it could have been a different outcome.
Yep.
I mean, it still could be, depending on what this top site is. But I'm scratching my head trying to think of what site there could be in the card pool at this point, given all 3 deserts are on the board, that could get one of those Deep Sea Mermaids out of the way.
And is there one that comes into play as a copy of something else? But there's
Mirror Realm, but there's nothing adjacent.
There's no desert adjacent. So
nearby, rather.
Yep, nearby.
Nothing nearby.
All right. So really, at this point, Nico's got to pull the trigger.
He could, if he had an undertow, a random undertow in his deck, he could push one of those Deep Sea Mermaids out of the way. I think that's the only out that I can see.
Yep. Okay. So
and he's played the Panorama Magic, or does he have enough mana now to Firebolts? It's a windmill. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Yep. That's it. Well, that is a fantastic game. I have to say,
really well played,
incredibly
by both.
well played by both. Yeah.
Really well played. It was so cool to watch and so cool to commentate. I am going to duck out after this one. We're going to get another commentator in to commentate the final with Jesse. Pleasure being on stream with you, Jesse. And just shout out to you as well. Thanks again for running this event and for putting all the effort that you put into Sorcery. It's such a great game and a great community, and you're such a big part of that. So thanks very much for having me, and good luck in the finals.
Thank you. And actually, there was a desert left. So that's
really?
a step. That's not a desert that the apprentice was on. So he did have the out. Oh my goodness. Okay, well.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So there was still that one. Wow. Insane.
That is crazy.
That's so cool.
Well, thanks for watching, guys.
I reckon Nico's going to watch back over this one.
I reckon he is. He's going to be like, I had it. There was one in my deck.
I just had to get it. Yeah.
We'll be back very shortly with the grand final. We'll see you guys very soon.
See you soon.
All right, so we're back. We've already got Jared starting off with the Philosopher's Stone, which is exactly what he wants, and then the replication. So he's got his 2 Philosopher's Stones, and I've got, this is Jesse back in the booth with Davide.
Hi, that was a faster replicated Philosopher's Stone.
It was exactly what Jared would want to see early in the game. So Davide, we've already seen the semi-final here with Jared's deck. We've seen what it wants to do, abusing the Philosopher's Stone discounts, playing the cantrips, the Deep Sea Mermaids, and the Apprentice Wizards, digging through the deck, and then using them as well as speed bumps to preserve the life total, using Angel's Egg to heal, and then using big threats at the end of the game to finish with overwhelming card advantage. What's Luca going to try and do here to break down that game plan?
Well, he's going to try to aggress the game a lot. I think he already played this deck against Nick before and won, so he can go really, really fast and put a lot of pressure. Now, I'm really not entirely sure why he's going second. That's why. Okay, so that gives Jared a lot of advantage, like being on the play for this first game. And what Eldraver usually does is combining a bit of early aggression with potentially denial. Has Single, has Maddening Bells, but this does not necessarily look the fastest or best start he can go for.
Although Cloud Spirit is a good vessel for Maddening Bells. So if he were to go Tower Maddening Bells next turn,
yeah,
and then carry it forward with the Cloud Spirit, that could be decent.
It's still decent. We can put that online, but I think Jared has
Highland Princess.
Piece with Highland Princess, which he may able to chump and then play again from the grave later on. So there's quite a bit of mana development here.
And of course, the Avatar of Air's ability giving Luca the capacity to attack with his avatar on unexpected vectors, but also send his minions into places that might be harder for Jared to defend, which was something that in the semi-final there against Nico's Pathfinder list, although Jared has so many of these 1 power and 0 power blockers, it is hard to cover the field when you're playing a side every turn.
Yeah, indeed. And also Luca plays Rolling Boulder, so he has the ability of clear. We've seen against Nick, there were a million minions blocking the way, so Rolling Boulder takes care of them while also dealing for damage.
Yes.
We see a Cloud Spirit that can traverse and deal a couple of damage, but the interesting thing is that this deck Jared's deck protects its mana very efficiently with the Sirens, with the Mermaids going under. So
yes.
And as you said before, we have 2 Philosopher's Stones. Now we can't really see Jared hands, but this deck can explode and start drawing everything. And a beautiful thing I've noticed, this is not going to be relevant in this game, but even if the opponent is setting over a Root Spider to avoid the Nimbus Gene combo, they put in a Great Old One. It's going to flood the board, kill every bird spider.
Get rid of the Root Spider.
And then back with the Nimbus Gene. So we will see. Now, I've seen Lucas' sideboard before, and he has some potentially decent cards. He plays the Spell, which is going to come handy later on if the Philosopher's Stone has to be a top side to giving the discounts, right? And even if, in the scenario in which Jared doesn't necessarily find the Siren early and has a couple of cores, it can be an early play.
Yes, and it's worth pointing out there that this match is best of 3. So when David is talking about game 1, all the other games up until this point were best of 1. But this grand final is going to be best of 3. Thankfully, we've got a very aggressive list on Luca's side of the table, which should hopefully speed the game up a bit and mean that this whole match won't delay too long. But the other thing you mentioned there, Davido, was the carrying the cores down to the subsurface. So the Deep Sea Mermaids taking the cores down to the subsurface where they're harder to remove, so that even if Luca does find the disenchant, it's only going to hit the Philosopher's Stones. I say only, I mean, the Philosopher's Stones are super important.
I mean, it's the engine of the deck, right? If you get rid of those, then you just play as a Death Speaker deck without abusing that. And a couple of tricks in Lucas' deck. He plays Flanking Maneuver. So I lost to him in the previous round with Flanking Maneuver into Rolling Boulder. So he can clear these waves of minions. So we'll see how the game develops from here.
So I've seen a Headless Haunt come down in a pretty safe position. The question, and of course, Cloud Spirit using its ability to attack on those more difficult vectors. Highland Princess, I think, well, has the Cloud Spirit just moved? Perhaps it hasn't attacked because we haven't seen any defense from the Highland Princess there. So it may just be getting in position for Maddening Bells or something else later, or just to attack one of Jared's other sites once he expands. Sort of like moving your knight up into a more attacking position in chess.
Yeah, indeed. It's
and it's not something that Jared's going to be able to get rid of using his minions because none of them have airborne.
Absolutely, and it looks like he has a Maddening Bells. If I'm not
in Luca's hand, yeah, it's hard to catch, isn't it?
Yeah, he is keeping his cards to himself, but it looks like. But then in that case, he can just like move, and even if there's only one wizard that can intercept, so he can drop the bells without. Because if he played them now, it will affect his position as well, given his
given where his avatar is. Although he can bounce himself back if he wants to.
Yeah, he can do that.
And when we say bounce, of course, we're referring to Avatar of Air's ability, which doesn't require it to tap. As long as it's on an air side, it can move itself. And did Jared elect not to play a site that turn?
I'm not sure.
Because it looks like Luca's untapped, rolled for the haunt, and Jared's only got 3 sites in play.
Yeah. I think he just potentially drew one. Yeah, and the haunt is landing away from the money.
And this could be, the option to draw a site there could be to draw a spell and then tap the Death Speak to draw a site. Could be reflective of Jared feeling a bit under pressure. Wanting to keep drawing spells to keep finding action.
Yeah.
Because if he draws a site for his turn, taps to play a site, maybe he feels like if Luca doesn't put some things into his cemetery, which has now happened, then perhaps his engine doesn't get going. Yeah. So I don't know. How do you feel here about this position?
Well,
to me, I think that Cloud Spirit was valuable.
It was, but I don't know. Probably he wanted to clear the way for the flanking maneuver and the Headless Haunt. So Jared would have been able to block with a Highland Princess. Now, again, we will see the Highland Princess probably hitting another core next turn. But I guess he didn't really want to lose the tempo and give a hit. But I do agree. It is a very valuable piece because it moves
super
so
interesting.
well.
Luca's playing a Sinkhole. That's one of the only ways that he can kill that Deep Sea Mermaids.
Yeah, that is... maybe he's not aware about that. Because that would have really slowed Jared down significantly. He would have to play a water side and then find another mermaid and put it submerged.
And just even 1 or 2 turns where the mermaids isn't holding the cause might be enough to slow Jared down
for this deck. But you're right in that he's probably trying to... I can't see how many cards in hand he has, but he's definitely at this point trying to draw as much as he can while keeping his life total intact. Because the other thing is that Jared's deck plays, but he has an Angel's Egg submerged.
Yeah, he's got an Angel's Egg under there.
So that gives less pressure when the only beater on the board is a bouncy dude. That may... Now, it gets better and better.
And it's got a lot of hits here.
It has a lot of hits. Almost every... Well, not really.
Well, pretty close. Like he's got 12 spots, 13, where he can attack either the Gothic Tower or the Lighthouse.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent odds. Of course, Jared could have another blocker here, but if he doesn't have anything to defend on the Gothic Tower or the Lighthouse, 13 is a decent number of hits.
Yeah.
But these six, and then the ruins.
Yeah, well, these two will not. There's lots...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Slightly less than that. So 11.
I think it's more,
No, 9. Because these two
and now we see a very big dude.
Oh, wow.
This one is really
great old one already.
Well, this is a 16. That's going to be very hard to
hard to take out with the air deck.
Correct.
That's for sure.
You can roll as many boulders as you want, but there's still
I think
a chance.
Luke is saying, what do I do with that? There is a chance.
Well, that is
it on an air side?
I think it is on a ruin. So if he sinkles and then plays a bottomless pit, and next turn moves and flies the great old one in the bottomless pit.
Well, he can even sinkhole the ruins and then play a bottomless pit there if he's got one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And just kill them.
Could,
actually, because it's not entering. because then the bottomless
Correct.
pit is
It's
entering the
already
great
on
old
the
one.
side.
Yeah.
No. So yeah,
Yes.
he would want to move there and bounce it into the
Mm,
bottomless pit. But yeah, I think he plays, and I think I'm seeing it. He plays Iron Shackles.
Yes.
So that will gain some tempo there. But I'm
Problem with
pretty-
Iron Shackles is Disenchant's very good against it.
it's very good indeed.
So unfortunately, Haunt, yes, does hit one of those spaces which I thought was active, but turns out isn't. Can't reach onto the lighthouse from there. So it was really only 9 that he could roll. Still, 9 wasn't too bad odds, just below 50-50, but unfortunately he missed.
Yeah, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. I think
11.
It's 11.
It is 11.
It's 11.
Slightly more than 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, no, this one doesn't work.
Because
He can only attack here or here, and they can defend.
Oh yeah. For sure. Yeah. But he will still be able to
10.
attack.
Yeah, he would be able to attack, but not effectively. Yeah.
No. And yeah, that
But the Iron Shackles is good.
it's
That's a speed bump.
it's quite good. And I don't know how many, probably he plays only a couple, so
Mm.
good to have them there pronto.
And do we just Taurus Hammer Trinket, maybe attack in for 2? Yeah. So
Yeah.
using the Avatar's ability to
Yeah.
move himself diagonally.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, at this point, there are not enough minions, and their Angel Zag is 2 life points gained every full turn, right? So with a creature that has only 55% of connecting and not necessarily 45 to actually hit without being blocked, it's a bit harder.
It is. And having to spend a full turn's mana removing the Great Old One with removal that's not even permanent.
Yeah.
It is still a big hit for Luca.
Yeah, and at this point, even Single, which would normally be amazing in the early phases of the game, it's rendered useless by the fact that the opponent has 3 cores or 2 free cores on the ground. Yeah, 3 cores and 2 Philosopher's Stones. And now we are going to see the difference in card drawing hit pretty powerfully. Now again, like the strategy of Avatar Rivera is trying to hit fast at the beginning. So ideally,
And being nimble.
but like you still need that agility needs to interact with some pressure and therefore with minions that attack. So now Headless Hunt can be a hit and miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen that throughout the tournament, actually. Headless Haunt, obviously a fantastic minion and seeing a lot of play in the metagame at the moment. But the difference between the games where you roll well and the ones where you don't, it can be very painful.
It's incredible. Against Nigel, Lucas' dad,
Yeah.
I started with 2 no-molos, and he had 2 Headless ones, and turn 2 and turn 3. And basically, they never connected because either they didn't go on the money or they attempted to enter a no-molos, and that was 12 damage of power prevent. And against Luca, he actually connected them both times, and that's an extra 8. And here, it could have been the same. So there is that element of chance. Some people play Hana Princess for Cathera mechanism in a deck with Lightning Bolt and potentially Thunderstorm that can...
I think even with just Headless Haunt, Lightning Bolt, and the possibility that your opponent's playing Headless Haunt, Cathera mechanism becomes very good.
Or Thunderstorm. Like
Or Thunderstorm.
Enchantress. So you actually take the decision
Or
of every
Bolt.
random
Yeah.
outcome.
Your opponent's 50-50s become zeros with Lightning Bolt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, invalidating that is pretty cool if there's multiple targets. But I have to say it's a really interesting deck, and Luke is an amazing player, and he has trained a lot with Kevin, I believe, to get at this
On the
point with
Avatar
Avatar
van?
Bear.
Yeah.
But what I have to say, even if I lost to Jared at the last finals and he owes me a painting, he and his team, him and Nick, they always bring decks that are very functional and not seen before. Because before A and Z Nationals, Geomancer was like not considered a competitive deck. And then we have seen it can deal pretty brutal strikes to opponents. And now we have like a test speaker combo that abuses free Philosopher's Stones to play draw your deck for free. So great deck builders.
And uses almost entirely water sites in the Atlas to use things like Island Leviathan and Great Old One to excellent effect.
And it's an excellent in this meta in which we see so many buries and caves in, and earthquakes, being able to just like not see your artifacts borrowed, it's quite relevant, and especially your philosopher's stones.
Yeah, and I think even in the last probably the last 2 or 3 months, what was very common for people to play a common sense package with at least one dispel, has really dropped off a lot. I think the number of dispels and disenchants, people have stopped honoring the threat of artifacts.
Yeah, I've seen people removing, even if they play common sense, not playing a dispel, which
it's what
I am not
allows
entirely-
Death Speaker back into the meta.
I guess so, because like it's really good against Death Speaker, but also it's very good against, Avatar of Air, takes care of Egg, takes care of Bells.
Sometimes, as long as you can't really cast into the substance.
Well, sometimes,
yeah.
But at least moves from losing a game to, if you're not too behind and maybe you manage to divine heal, gives you a little bit more survivability.
So Witherwing Hero comes down for the Avatar of Air, and then we're seeing Frog from Plague of Frogs. All right, so that's actually 7 frogs. Death Speaker taps here. I think, was that to... He had those 4 sites in play already.
Yeah, he may be playing another one.
Maybe choose... It's tapping to draw a site. Okay.
The glare is powerful there. So we know there is a great old one with some iron shackles on it.
And then there's an Apprentice Wizard that was moved forward.
Wizard?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then can't quite see the number on that translucent die, but there we go. All right. Well, the Apprentice Wizard is on that middle site where the disabled Great Old One is.
Yep.
The Avatar of Air can't really effectively get in and attack that because there are now 7 frogs sitting there ready to defend. So really what Luca can do, though, is allow the Apprentice Wizard to defend one of his attacks, one of the 4 power attacks. It's going to die. And then he's going to be able to get in for 6.
And the frogs are all on the surface?
I believe so. They're sitting off to the side of the site slightly, but
it's hard to tell because if he had a rolling boulder, that could be a play.
Yes, that's true. It's true.
To clear those swarms of minions. But it's interesting to see how... What I love about this game is how the meta can change within one set. Like, we had Death Speaker at the beginning. We thought it was the best deck, and then Fury Road came, and Blaze and all the minions that deal little damage to the Shunt Blocker punish Death Speaker, and then we saw other decks.
So mid-range decks come and punish that and say,
punish
I've got bigger minions.
Exactly. And then like Enchantress, like I remember everybody that plays Control with Angel's Egg have like quite an edge, and now that has, and then we had Battle Mage and Avatar of Air that punish Enchantress brutally, and now back to Death Speaker. So
the cycle continues.
Here it is.
So there's the bounce.
So you see
Avatar of Air comes in.
Rolling boulder,
Avatar of Air rolls.
and a lot of frogs have been squished unless they're submerged.
Unless they're submerged.
It doesn't look like they were on the surface.
Now that's
8 point of damage.
That's a big turn.
It's a big turn. Yeah.
And now, I mean, how would you feel here about destroying one of the sites? I think you probably just don't, because he's got so much mana anyway. The sites are actually, and this is where Jared hasn't been playing sites.
He still has, exactly for that reason.
For that reason.
With 2 Philosopher's Stones and 3 cores, he has 7 mana normally.
That's right.
And potentially another 6.
He just doesn't want to open up those extra vectors. And that's quite interesting from Jared, because right at the start of the game, we were saying that the more you spread out as a Death Speaker playing a side every turn, the more vulnerable you make yourself to the mobility of the air deck. And Jared's really intelligently here combated that by saying, I'm going to turtle up on these 4 sides.
No, he has a very pretty defensive position here. He took 12 damage this turn, and he's going to recoup.
But he's threatened Death Door.
This was a very big turn. And I think that's why he would not Synchro. Not just for that, but like he needs the mana here.
That's true.
That is a grapple shot, or grapple shot would not really do much because there is a wizard and the great
it does mean that even if Jared manages to remove one of the attackers, Luca can still move the Avatar of Air across. Then and say the Headless Haunt someone left alive, Headless Haunt can attack, Avatar can push it back across to the middle, and then it can grapple shot to put Jared to Death's Door.
Now, this was an interesting play because actually...
Oh, that would hit the Great Old One, that's true.
Yeah.
Actually, no, but he could bounce it straight onto the Death Speaker.
Yeah.
But
Jared rolled the boulder back.
Yes,
No,
which is interesting.
It is interesting because Luca can just like go
Does he have Gaia
back.
Hippogriffs?
Luca plays free Gaia
Hippogriffs? Well,
yes.
that's dangerous then.
And he can go back, but he can also go back with the Avatar. He can just like next turn, he can move and then fly from and set up another 4 damage there.
Yes.
Which it's quite good because while Jared has a lot of minions there,
they don't do a lot against the boulder.
And only the wizard can block Withering Hero. So I think it ultimately boils really down to the Headless Haunt and where it's going to land.
And does Jared find the disenchant?
Yeah. But I mean, with a disenchant, what is going to... Oh, yeah, right. The Iron
awaken
Shackles.
the Great Old One.
Yeah, he can put Luca on
because that's why 16 is a good number as well.
Yeah,
That might be what's in Jared's mind. I don't know.
It could be.
Because he might be thinking, I want to get that 4 in now, just in case you disenchant me, because then I lose the Philosopher's Stones and the boulder.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm just trying to think why Jared might have taken that risk.
Yeah, that is the only limitation, I guess. And you can, of course, play everything, but not having common sense to tutor for stuff like that. It is probably the only weak point of this in this specific tournament, in which we will not probably see roots. We have not really seen roots, but I guess it makes sense because that is the only big minion this deck plays, right? In Jared, there's only utility minions, and then there is like a big dude who's
the Great Old One.
Yeah, which is a unique. It's there
and
also
the
for
islands,
flavor.
Leviathans.
Yeah, Leviathans for sure. But you're probably not necessarily relying on they're solid backup plans, and they have their functions. And flooding again the realm takes care of the spiders. But in the end, I think most of the games will be won by Nimbus Jin unloading
the enormous number of cards that you've managed to amass. Yes. And really, it's one of the interesting things about this deck that Jared and Nick have brought to the tournament is, I was saying to Isaac in the previous match, anyone who's played Deathspeaker knows that your win percentage goes up significantly when you find Grandmaster Wizard. So finding a relatively resilient game plan that allows you to cycle through your deck as quickly as possible to find your Grandmasters, to find your cards, to fuel your Nimbus Jin combo. Yeah. They've done a really good job of tuning this deck for that.
Most definitely.
To that effect.
Yeah, no, he told me, I was chatting with Nick before while we were looking at the quarterfinals between Jared and Nick, and I think they tested it about 70 hours in the last week just before coming here.
Well, that's far more Sorcery than I've played in the last week.
Well, that's far more Sorcery than I've played in the last 2 months, but it paid off.
It did.
Because the deck is, I like
well
it.
tuned.
It's very elegant. I like how it works, and it really takes advantage of an interaction that it was there. A lot of people were unaware of. Even some Deathspeaker players have never
dropped the
Philosopher's Stone and get with a wizard. But now you can technically have 9 mana discounts.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Well, you can effectively get 12 mana off per spellcaster.
Yeah, and now we exactly see that. There is, and a Death Dealer counts down. So we have a 3rd Philosopher's Stone, and we have a big guy. That
brutal.
Just took care of.
That is pretty much
every minion in the realm.
Exactly what Luca didn't want to see.
Yeah, I think I don't know whether Jared plays Poison Nova or not, but yeah, that would be.
He does have the Poison Novas. Yeah.
The Deathspeaker is potentially worse because even if taken care of with Rolling Boulder, he can just come back.
Has he hit the disenchant? He's got the Grim Reaper. All right. Well,
that's.
I guess it stops the second play of the Death Dealer potentially.
I guess it's a very good card against some of the recurring minions. So I think it's grapple shotting a Grim Reaper on the Sirens or on the Apprentice Wizard. It's pretty good against Deathspeaker. Gets rid of them forever, so they cannot come back. But at this stage of the game, I'm not entirely sure.
There are a lot of artifacts there. No disenchant in hand, so it's kind of a moot point, really. But
yeah, and I believe the cores are still submerged.
No, I think he's brought them up. Would be my guess. Well, he's killed the deep sea mermaids. So
I see.
I'll be back in a moment. They've just got a judge call. So it was just a clarification question there from Luca, who was wondering whether Grim Reaper would get the kill credit if it used the Rolling Boulder to kill some of Jared's minions.
Oh, I see.
And therefore whether the Grim Reaper's ability would trigger.
Yeah. And
Which
the
it will.
answer
Yes.
is yes.
Yes. So because the Grim Reaper has used the ability of an artifact that then causes the minions to die, the Grim Reaper gets the credit for the kill.
And will banish all the minions that have been
So he'll
ordered.
get to trigger that ability.
That is a pretty cool interaction.
It's very cool. So the Avatar of Air has what did he do to get rid of the Death Speaker? The Death Dealer. That's what I've missed.
I think I missed it too because they didn't really play anything.
All I can see in the cemetery is a Headless Haunt.
That was killed by the Death Dealer, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. It doesn't have charge anyway. So anyway, that'll remain a mystery to me, who was out of the room. If any of our viewers saw what happened to the Death Dealer,
I was also like,
fill me in.
Yeah, and I was watching. I didn't see it
move. Didn't see what happened.
I didn't see it move. I've been watching the screen, and yeah. Yeah, the only thing that comes to mind is that he must have rolling boulder with the avatar and then flew his avatar away and then play the Grim Reaper after doing that. But
that was the boulder that was already there.
Yeah, that would have been the first turn, right? And the boulder isn't tapped. So
well, it's just that the boulder was already in that spot.
Oh, no, it's here.
Oh, the Death Dealer. It's
Yeah,
moved.
yeah.
It's underneath the Apprentice Wizard. Just the glare's
yeah.
got us. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. So Jared's still on 9. And yeah, this is intriguing now. So does he have a way to kill that Grim Reaper before he's copying the Death Dealer? Is that what's happening?
That would be a good play.
No, he's copying the Apprentice Wizard. Okay. Because now he's going to lose all his Apprentice Wizards and Death Dealer, potentially.
And Substance
And the second
Simulacrum, which is
Simulacrum.
quite good in that it copies a Grandmaster Wizard.
Very good. And once you've got the triple Philosopher's Stone online,
Yeah.
the 4 mana for the Simulacrum is
Nothing.
trivial.
Yeah.
And the ability to draw 3 more spells is huge
Yeah, no,
for this deck's combo chain.
it's interesting because it looks like Jared cannot hit the Grandmaster Wizard. And
And he's grapple shot at the Grim Reaper.
oh,
Well, that'll solve it.
I didn't see that coming.
And then he's attacked for 4.
Interesting.
Sad.
What do you think about grapple shot in this deck, in which you only have time?
Well, I think it's excellent because it's very good with Great Old One. It's very good with Iron Leviathan.
yeah.
Yeah.
How many will be there?
Possibly one,
One?
possibly 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One makes sense, right? Because again, if you can just draw your deck,
'Cause you're gonna have your
that's
whole
all.
deck in your hand.
That's all you need. So probably the answer is 1
The other thing is it's great with Nimbus Tune. Because
for the positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get on top of their avatar.
Yeah. And I assume he plays Summoning Sphere as well, right?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen a Summoning Sphere. So I think it's relying on either
So maybe it is
their avatar being on your side of the board or grapple shot. I think those are the 2.
Oh, that's interesting because, of course, the issue with grapple shot is that it gets blocked pretty. But then again, you have many ways.
Usually
of
not
clearing
when
them
you
more.
have a
Yeah. Yeah. And if you have
Fate
so much
Changelings,
mana
Death
and
Dealers,
all
yeah.
you do is just play a Death Dealer and then a Nimbus,
Mhm.
and then grapple shot.
when all your spells are effectively free, you can assemble a lot of good combos. Once you get this core engine of the 3 Philosopher's Stones and then cards.
This happens when Roots of Yggdrasil are not here policing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Jared has had Philosopher's Stone on the first 3 turns of both the semi-final and the final that we've watched.
Oh wow!
So,
Wow, that helps,
it helps for a Philosopher's Stone
and
deck.
especially Death Speaker decks and free color decks.
Yes, if you're
It
going
gives a
to...
massive boost.
I mean, yeah. Talk about Grandmaster Wizards improving the win percentage of Death Speakers. I think Philosopher's Stone has always been in that same category.
Oh yeah, probably even more in that it's tutorable.
Yeah.
With Highland Princess, does Jared play Vilimp?
I believe he might have 1 or 2. They definitely happened the last game, but I can't recall whether it was Nico's being used from his Pathfinder list.
I see.
But I think there might be 1 or 2 in Jared's list. Yeah,
Can still be like a win condition.
absolutely. Yeah, it can finish the game for sure.
Now we see.
So another Apprentice Wizard being used here. I mean, at this point, is this one still free? I'm trying to see how many replicated Philosopher's Stones we've got. I thought we had at least 1 replication played.
I think we have 3 Philosopher's Stones now.
Okay. Oh, he's got a. Maybe that's what the die is on top of the
I
Philosopher's
believe
Stones.
that because
Yeah,
he played.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can see 2 in the graveyard. So.
Yeah. So that die is just unfortunately off camera, but I think that's signifying 3 Philosopher's Stones. So for Luca here now, I mean, that Death Dealer was just huge. Like he had Jared at Death's Door next turn, and then he lost all his threats.
That was really a good draw from Jared, and he's recouping life with the Angel Sag.
And then he'll find the second one, and it'll be...
And very slowly, Luca is losing life. Now there's a Death Dealer there.
Death Dealer chunks it pretty quickly after a while. And now this... Oh, Fey Changeling, more tempo. More tempo lost for Luca at 0 cost to Jared. He's just going to bounce that Plume Pegasus and...
Yeah, or he can even, he can do all sort of things. Can even bounce the Death Dealer in case there's more pressure. As soon as Luca plays a second minion, he can do that, destroy the Death Dealer, and still have a Fey Changeling in the graveyard to bounce whatever comes next.
And this Narcotic Manuscript can be read after the Philosopher's Stone is used. So Jared's going to be able to, for instance, play this Fey Changeling for free now that the Apprentice Wizard is holding the Philosopher's Stones, and then use the Apprentice Wizard, if it doesn't have Summoning Sickness, I can't recall whether this one does, to read the manuscript and draw another card.
Amazing. Like, between Grandmaster Wizards and Simulacra and frogs that read forbidden manuscripts, and we've seen a lot of frogs also at the Nationals reading forbidden manuscripts and drawing 7, he is going to go through all his deck. He plays one.
He does play a Summoning Sphere. There you go. And the Nimbus Djin's down on top of the Avatar, which means I think Luke is going to Death's Door here. I imagine. He can even, perhaps Jared can even afford to tap his Death Speaker to draw a card if he needs to with the manuscript.
Potentially. Yeah, we've looked at on 8. And
I mean, I'm sure he's got 3 cards in hand at this point.
Yeah. And a Poison Nova.
I think these are the 3s discarding.
Oh, yeah. Atlantic
for Death's Door, and there's the Violent. That's going to be pretty hard to avoid.
Yeah, indeed. So that is with Summoning Sphere. That's better. It's guaranteed game, right?
Yeah.
It's going to Summon Sphere. And
it is Summoning Sphere and a Violent. So that's unfortunate for Luca.
Yeah, it was an interesting game in that I thought Luca had a very slow start, and then it looked like he was able to, deal 12 damage, bring Jared down to 7, and then the Death Dealer, taking care of the Great Old One. So we saw some back and forth, but then the Death Dealer
that was the end.
Flipped it, yes.
Yeah.
And now we see Luca on Death's Door with a Nimbus dealing 9 damage, and next turn he can Summoning Sphere on an Imp, and that's gonna be game.
There we go. Luca's seen that, and so we're gonna go to game 2. So I think this has really shown as well something that was kind of true earlier on in the metagame when Death Speaker was better, which is that playing chunky or even like moderately sized minions like Plume Pegasus is just never going to cut it if your opponent is a tempo deck, like a tempo Death Speaker deck that has a lot of ways to deal with minions and still retain card advantage.
Yeah, the combination of chump blocking minions that also want to die to generate more advantage, plus Angel Zag.
Plus mass removal spells like Poison Nova.
Absolutely.
Plus,
Phantom Fate and whatnot gives Jared some survivability, and he will develop probably horizontally. Now,
if you replace some of Luca's draws there with Guy Hippogriffs, all of a sudden that game looks different. If you replace the Death Dealer draw, obviously, maybe Jared goes to Death's Door that turn. There were lots of things that went right for Jared and went wrong for Luca.
Yeah.
So I think you were on the receiving end of that in the semifinals. The Avatar of Air deck has the potential.
Yes, it has a lot of tricks that he can play, but
especially on the play here.
Especially on the play. It's limited, obviously, in terms of card draw. Like, loses a lot of fuel in the minigame. But again, because of all those tricks and flanking maneuver and rolling boulder, he can usually deal with opponents at a low life. But I'm curious to see what Luca's gonna side in. I think he had a couple of dispels in the deck. 1 under Iron Shackles, 2 Watchtowers, and 2 Dapper Vampires. When we were discussing his side before.
I think Vampire seems like the card I would absolutely hate to have in my deck against Jared's deck.
You absolutely don't want Vampire.
You don't want to be paying 5 for something that does not have an impact on the board.
Yeah, Watchtower doesn't really do anything here. No. Dispel is amazing, so so to cover cards, you really want to deal with those Philosopher's Stones.
Yeah.
Because
if you get rid of that engine, it
becomes slightly worse Death Speaker deck because it's a less consistent Death Speaker deck, and all of a sudden things are going to be tough. So we'll see. Avatar of Air on the play is much more powerful. Early Sinkles can work, charms. So let's see how this second game plays out.
I know Cho was saying in the chat, it's the first time I've seen a Death Dealer get grapple shotted.
Probably.
It doesn't happen that often.
No. Absolutely. Usually you play grapple shot in combination either with pure air, maybe battle mage air, fire, or decks with common sense to tutor it, but usually not Death Dealer. So yeah, I think Jared's gonna be proud to have brought so many cards that we usually don't see.
Played together.
Topping them the Great Old One.
And even finding, I think, a way to combine different elements of Water's strengths with Death Speaker. You know, Fey Changeling, lots of people have found that synergy of Fey Changeling and Death Speaker. Narcotic Manuscript and Plague of Frogs and Tadpole Pool, one of my favorite little packages. And then combining that with Simulacrum for the Grandmaster Wizard copy, which is another powerful Water card that often struggles to find a home. And then Island Leviathan, which is another super powerful Water card, but one that demands heavy investment in Water and more of a controlling game plan. And an avatar that wants to get up to a large number of sites, or at least a large number of threshold. And that's something that this Death Speaker deck can do because it has so much card advantage. Whereas a lot of other Water decks, like a Wave Shaper build, you'll often struggle to compete whilst getting to that number of sites.
Yeah, no, eight Water threshold is a lot, but I don't know. I wonder if he ever does a double replication on a Aquamarine
Core, rather.
And
Yeah.
You have 5 sides and 3. But probably then you don't.
I think no.
Only desperate. Maybe not desperate situations in which
Maybe.
you have a grapple shot and you want to just swing for 16. But
it's one of those plays that's open to you. So once these players have finished sideboarding, we'll get into game 2. We're just going to take a 2-minute break while they do some sideboarding, and we'll be back in just a moment. So, game 2, we've got Luca leading off here with a Highland Falconer into Paybury Bats, which is more what you're expecting.
That is the start we want to see. Now, 3 power on turn 1. It's going to probably force Jared to develop sides in the back row.
Yeah, to go sideways rather than forward.
To take as long as possible. Let's see if he has a core on turn 1. Wow, no.
No core, no stone.
Out of 5, I believe they play all the jewelry, so 4 cores and 1 philosopher's stone. So that's an excellent start for Luca.
I guess the thing is, and this is always a the risk with replication. If you happen to mulligan into your replications and no jewelry,
Yeah,
it can be an awkward start.
It can still. The good thing is that you can recycle that on a Angel's Egg if you see it. But this is probably the best start that Luca could have. Better than this is just like next turn having a single. But he's going to deal some damage, and we will see what that Headless Haunt does. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chances out of 20 that it can connect. So, and even more if he develops horizontally.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Jared's next site goes here. No deserts to take care of that Highland Falconer.
It's going to still be 6 out of 20. Yeah, no deserts.
And no way to make use of the Falconer in Jared's own deck that I can think of. Although that is, something to obviously be aware of with Death Speaker.
Yeah.
Don't think there's no bats, no scarabs.
He decides
so
to
comes down in front.
Yeah, he decides to go in front, but yeah, there is a reason. He may have not started with the Philosopher's Stone, but here it comes.
Here it comes.
And it's also going to
the Philosopher's Stone combo deck.
And it's going to make value out of that Highland Princess because she's going to block either a Lucky Headless Haunt or the bats.
I think she's going to get eaten by the bats being pushed forward, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, probably depends on where the haunt ends up. But yeah, that is a good.
That's a good roll.
It's a good roll. So likely that is one is going to happen. Or even, pushing the Falconer on the ruins and then attacking the princess for 6 damage.
Yeah, would I rather keep my Falconer alive and deal 1 less damage this turn? I think so. Because you push the bats forward, you attack the princess, then you attack the Falconer anyway. So you're only gaining 1, but you're losing the Falconer.
Yeah, probably. I see what you're saying.
So Luca's got a lightning bolt I can see there. And is that a phase assassin?
And a devil's egg. That is actually pretty good.
Devil's egg, yeah.
At least it stops an angel's egg, right? At least makes the
cancels it out.
Yeah, it cancels it out. And we don't know what Jared has in his head, so we'll see.
And luckily Jared has played one of his non-water sites right in front of the bats.
Yep.
So he does the Davida play.
The Davida play is all in. So
sends the Falconer in.
So go and die. I want to inflict
extra damage. Let's go.
Damage as I can. I don't have time, so Jared is down to 14. And we'll see what side Luca
is that a sinkhole?
I don't know.
Or is it a tower?
It could be.
It's a tower.
No, it's a tower.
Okay. And it's a dark tower, which is he on a dark tower? And is that
no,
Gothic?
He's on a Gothic
so
and
got the
alone,
trifecta.
so there's 4 mana here.
But he's not going to be able to use it all.
No.
So he's
going to drop
Devil's Egg.
A Devil's Egg and go all in with.
That's a pretty good start.
This is probably one of the best. Better if this would have been a Maddening Bells instead of the Devil's Egg, but.
Maddening Bells
would have been brutal.
Wow.
Yeah, it would have been game because you will be able to play 1 Philosopher's Stone for 1 mana, for 3 mana. And that's about it, right? And then your life total goes away. Now, Jared does have the Highland Princess into the graveyard, so that's going to help develop mana, but also he's under a bit of pressure, so...
Was there a disenchant in Luca's hand there? There's a lightning bolt, I know that, but...
He plays Chin Sideboard. I don't know whether he had one in hand. That is definitely a game changer in case he has it, because once you get rid of Philosopher's Stone, then
the deck slows down a lot.
And replications are just Angel's Egg that in this particular matchup, it's not too bad. But here we see Jared getting a core.
And it's that Aquamarine core. Because interestingly here, Jared has a Ruins and a Tower, which is, again, 2 non-water sites. Making that Island Leviathan dream seem a bit far off this time.
Yeah, and it's probably...
Fey Changeling comes down there.
I see.
That takes out the Headless Haunt. I was about to say, how big is this Headless Haunt roll this turn? Because I think it's pretty big. But no such thing.
Yeah,
now,
I think 8 out of 20, so it's a decent roll.
Do you borrow the bats? Or do you just attack onto the Death Speaker site and just say, I'm getting it as deep as I can, getting this Devil's Egg as deep as I can? Because I feel like protecting the Devil's Egg here is pretty important. Like, he doesn't want to just leave it on that site and then have the capacity for Jared to
And
ship
also,
it back.
you don't really want to kill that Fate Changeling just
Just
for
yet.
him to to bounce again. So,
but then also you can't just let him have no attacks.
no, but like it really, I'm wondering. I'm trying to see what he's holding. I see a Lightning Bolt, a Phase Assassin, and I can't.
Hey, Phase Assassin's a good play here.
Phase Assassin is excellent, but he decides to take out the Fate Changeling.
Reasonable. I think getting the Phase Assassin on the board this turn is huge. I was thinking about
maybe
it.
Don't.
Is it a Crown of the Victor? Or does he play that?
I'm not sure he plays
I wouldn't think so, but
that.
you never know.
Maybe it's in the sideboard and I didn't see
Yeah.
it before. Secret attack, but
Because that would be a good reason to attack the Changeling here with the Avatar. That's the Headless Haunt, I think, that because I'm seeing the orange. I think I'm thinking of the Crown of the Victor.
Yeah.
And then what?
So if he gets rid of that, he's going
Oh,
to
he's
attack
moving it. He's bouncing it. So he's moving his Avatar in, but he can intercept.
I understand. But then, yes, exactly. Which is probably a sensible play from Jared. Yeah. It's going to buy him tempo. And
interesting. From a judge perspective there,
you could have taken back, you mean? Or
well, I feel like there's if Luca slowed down a bit, he could have said move. And then I think if Jared passes, then I think once he's then bounced, the taking back to the intercept stage is not so good.
It has been a very friendly tournament in a way. Lots of take-backs. So
and
but
like
I do agree. Now we see the Haunt coming back in a corner and Luca hit for 2+1 from the Devil's Egg. Lots of life. So
and then another one at the end of this turn. So this now becomes Death's Door if the Haunt connects next turn and if the Bats connects.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't know if I'm trying to see whether it's definitely a Lightning Bolt, and I'm not sure whether that is the second Devil's Egg, which would be huge.
That would be huge. That would make it very hard for Jared to recover here in time.
Now, Fate Changeling cannot bounce the Headless Haunt because it has to be summoned on a side, correct?
Pardon me?
Fate Changeling cannot bounce the Headless Haunt.
That's right. Yes, it has to, because you can't summon it to a void. You can only summon it to any side.
Just side. So it will only be able to bounce the Bats back. You see Browse?
Browse is a good one.
Pretty good. What could be the best card to fetch for in this situation with Browse?
So the Browse is effectively free, meaning that he's got 4 mana left and just no air discount. I mean, Disenchant on the egg is good, but it's going to kill his stuff, so we can't do that because it's on the same site. Okay.
Or a replication to start setting off the column, depending on how many or whether he has Grandmaster Wizard in his hand or not. That could
It's
be
one of those. It's been so fast that Grandmaster Wizard feels far away.
Yeah, but
even with the stone.
Jared's getting there.
It's just I think he's in danger of being Death's Door next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know Luca is rolling on a Lightning Bolt in his hand. I believe we saw Phase Assassin, which we still
both good finishes. Yeah,
it's free guaranteed damage.
Well, except with Death Dealer.
Except with Death Dealer, of course. And then we have that Headless Haunt that is going to be very decisive next turn.
I was going to ask last time, as I said, whether the Headless Haunt roll was going to be decisive before it got bounced. But yeah, this one I think is equally decisive because that Headless Haunt's a lot more likely to survive this turn. So Jared deep in the tank thinking about this Browse. What do you think the best draw for him here would be off the Braz?
It's really dependent on what he has in hand. So at this point,
Another changeling to bounce the bats could save him a couple of life and threaten to block.
but he has one in the graveyard that he can reanimate if needed. So
Yeah,
I would probably go more for combo pieces here. So either an Angel's Egg would still be okay, but it really depends on the style of the player. If he doesn't have Replication or Grandmaster Wizard in his hand, it's probably trying to get those combo pieces, because Grandmaster Wizard is going to allow him to start drawing, right? Next turn, he plays a sign, he has 6 mana, can draw 3, can chump with it, reanimate it, and then things get out of control really quickly. At the same time, you know, you are playing against a deck that can deal 12 damage out of the blue.
Yeah.
And he's going to lose another life at the end of the turn.
And then another one at the end of Luca's turn. So
Correct.
he's effectively on 7 without an Angel's Egg here.
Yeah. And Luca has a ball in his hand, so
yes,
he can attack the tower on square, what is it, 6?
9? I think it's 9. Because I think the mat's facing the other way.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, square 9.
So he has the Angel's Egg.
Oh, okay.
Right. So he offsets the Devil's Egg.
True control player, he decides, let's not take any chance here.
Yep.
It's pointless to draw cards if I die.
And what do we get on the haunts?
We get
it's a good roll.
We get a good haunt here. And that's going to be 4 damage.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's on Death's Door. If Luke is willing to spend the bolt, he's on Death's Door.
So he won't be able to deal 4 with the haunt, 1
2
with the
bats.
avatar, 2 with the bats, but Devil's Egg is blocked, right? So there's still a bolt in his hand. So I think he will.
If he spends the bolt, it's Death's Door.
And I think we tested with Luca, and also in our game, he is the kind of player that will understand that in this game, if you can't put somebody in Death's Door, you're going to do that.
He's also got the trinket. That's not going to be quite enough, though, is it? So 4, 5, 6, 7. No, the trinket's only 8.
Yeah, no, but I
so he's going to have to spend it.
Hopefully.
He's going to have to spend the bolt.
He is young, so he shouldn't be tired. Hopefully he reads the board.
Jared just put a lot of resources into that Angel's Egg.
Yeah.
He put a browse and 3 mana, which is his whole turn.
And he, knowing that he can replicate that Angel's Egg, Lucas should definitely put him on Death's Door now. And as we saw, Bat, Haunt, and a Bolt will do that. And then you still have them next turn, plus Torsan and Tricken. So you have 2 beaters and potentially 3 to just hit him.
So he's drawn a spell. It's interesting to see what he's got here. So he attacks with the bats away. This is a good sign.
That is exactly what we would have done. And
then in comes the haunt.
The haunt was a good haunt.
It was a good haunt.
I think I gave those haunt to him, so I'm happy that they're lucky. They're lucky haunts.
Lucky haunts.
I think when we were testing at my place last week, he was missing 2 or 3. And then, yes, exactly as we said, and now Jared is...
And he's got the avatar to draw a sight if he wants.
Yeah. And it's a solid position
Which
here.
I think I would if I was him. I think I'd be drawing a side here. I mean, there's not much else you can do with your avatar at this point. Like, you've even got a free move.
Yes, you're on an air site. You can literally bounce your creatures later. And there's not much space of maneuver here for Jared. Now thinking what could happen next turn. Even a Poison Nova.
Is that a sinkhole or a mirror realm? I couldn't quite see. Neither. Neither's particularly good.
It's
this point's mirror realm. Yeah, mirror realm's not doing anything. With a bunch of towers and some dual sites on the board.
He spent 2 mana there. So I don't think we'll see any other play, but...
He's got a trinket, but it's not going to do anything. Wow.
Now I'm thinking what could happen now.
As in, what could Jared do?
Plague of Frogs probably is, again, a good defensive move here.
It is.
But Luca plays so many cards that go over them.
Has he got the 3 boulders?
He plays 3 rolling boulders in the deck, so that is definitely...
He's moving back.
A threatening move. He has another bolt, I believe. And then Gary Hippogriffs will do it. Yes. And probably that's why he did.
That's why he's moved back?
He moved
Yep.
back, can summon Gyre Hippogriffs there.
Mhm.
And
that's
fly
very good
them and fly
foresight.
them again. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he has been playing. I've watched him before playing against me.
He thinks it through.
I've been inflicted severe damage to a loss against him. So
Can I just say though,
he's a
David,
great thinker.
like, doesn't that just show how the smallest things in sorcery can make such a huge difference?
We were discussing with Jared before how this game is infinitely more complex than other games. I will not spell the name of the main competitor in my head, but the implementation of spatial mechanics and the fact that you have to make sense of all these positioning maneuvers, it's incredible and rewards.
And Jared scooped.
So yes,
wow,
that is what we were saying before. Always get them to that store if you can.
Yeah, no way back from there.
Nobody for now until they print some resurrection card. You can't come back from the dead.
I'm glad that Twist of Fate got clarified. Can't bring you back from dead store
until Eric's prints. What is Lazarus Legends or whatever?
As
biblical legends as people coming back from the death.
What would Mateo say?
Well, we will not say that. I can't remember that.
Well, we'll take just a 2-minute break here until game 3, and we'll be back very shortly. But congratulations, Luca, on taking game 2. All right, so Jared's on the play here for game 3. And started off with, looks like an Oasis. Is that? I can't quite see the side at the bottom there. And then Luca started off with an Observatory, which is a good start. I mean, Tower into Highland Falconer is better. But
Yeah, I believe I've seen a Falconer. But
I didn't quite see what he saw off the top there. He was very swift with his
see a
rearrangement.
Cloud Spirit and a Falconer from here.
Mhm.
But I will say it's it's gonna
Presumably the Falconer went back on top. I don't know though.
it is going to be tougher than before. I believe he has a Falconer in his hand. Yeah, a Taurus Hammer Trinket and a Cloud Spirit.
Hmm.
And
So he
that
must have not had a tower?
That must be.
Or
one
did he
of the
just really want the
haunts.
Observatory? Maybe he wants Haunt next turn. I
Probably,
suppose.
yeah. Haunt has been kind to him, so why
Hmm.
not? Yeah, and here we see probably the Haunt, and I see a grapple shot. So
And he's pushed himself forward,
hmm,
using a little extra versatility.
This is
So
going-
Floodplain and Oasis down there as well for
this is going
Jared.
to be an interesting game. I see
no stones or rocks yet, I don't think.
no
I'm just trying
course
to
for
see
now.
Off the back of the board there, we're just a little bit blocked. No, it doesn't look like there's
No,
anything
I don't
sitting
think
there.
he has played any for now.
Hmm. So
And
side number
unfortunately-
3.
Let me clarify: we're not partial to Luca. We just cannot see Jared's hand, so we're
Yeah.
going to comment mostly
Because
on
Luca's
what we
holding
can
his hand
see.
over under the camera.
Yeah,
Jared's
yeah,
not.
and Jared is not. So
So I see a sinkhole there as well. And that's a 17, which is exactly where it is for the Haunt. So not a good
Yeah.
roll.
cannot always. I mean, like
Can't win them all.
this would have been a little bit anti-statistical, but with no course and a sinkhole,
Do you destroy a site here?
I
think you do.
am an extremely aggressive player, so I do.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would,
Because you force the
especially-
Death Speaker to draw a site, which is
Yes.
actually big.
Yes, especially in this situation in which Jared doesn't have any core or stone.
Mhm.
It's a good play.
It's
because
the
it
exact
wastes,
turn where he doesn't want to draw a site.
exactly. It wastes him a draw when he is trying to build the critical mass
Mm.
to draw cards out of minions or to find cores to speed up operations. And yeah, Falconer would have been the other follow-up play because he has a grapple shot and a Taurus Hammer Trinket and a Cloud Spirit, I think.
Mhm.
Here at least he puts free power into play. Cloud Spirit moves free, so it's
Mhm.
okay to have it at the back later. It can connect diagonally.
Mm.
It's really easy to underestimate Cloud Spirit, but it has
you-
a very strong reach.
Oh, it does. It's huge, and especially with Airborne. Do you bounce the Highland Falconer here onto the ruins or do anything like that? I'm just trying to think about whether clumping is less good. But there's so he's destroying the ruins instead.
Destroy the ruins.
I'm thinking even maybe whether
well,
you
It makes sense. We've seen Jared plays Browse. He plays Highland Princess, so now he doesn't have any air threshold, just like double
And I
double
can see
water and a fire
a Violin in Jared's hand and
and a replication, I believe.
right. So Violin's going to be good here, unfortunately, for
Yeah.
Luca. It's going to take out that Palibru Bats if Jared wants to spend his turn doing that.
Yeah,
And I think that's not bad for
I
Jared.
think it's a sensible choice. Violin is good here, and yeah, here we see the play in which,
just cleans out the board.
yes, and fuels his graveyard so he can continue drawing off them. So this is a good play because not only it takes care of the bat, it's also blocker in the eventuality that the Haunt connects. Although Luca has the Taurus Hammer Trinket in hand, so he can just equip it. But probably that is not the kind of play. I wouldn't want to waste a turn to
No.
just get rid of a Violin that's gonna come back from the grave when I have to instead play a site. And I believe, is that an observatory?
So Luca here is on 2 mana, which he does. We know he's got 2 drops in the deck. In the hand, the Cloud Spirit.
Yep.
Which has reach. He can play at the back. So does he Taurus Hammer Trinket? Depends on the Haunt. The Haunt roll was big there.
It depends on that, but now
Yeah.
um
So now he can copy. He's got no real observatories are decent.
sort of
Target for a
not too
copy?
bad for this deck, in that at least you can control the next couple of draws.
Mhm.
And we see the trinket and Iron Shackles, which doesn't really do
Not great. I mean, it still potentially gets rid of a blocker on a key turn. Like you Iron Shackles the Imp, and if you roll it well with
True.
the Haunt,
Yes.
it's 4 extra damage. That's not bad.
Yeah, you can find a use for that, but that is not the card I would want to draw.
No, you want the
at this point
proactive
of the game.
cards.
Yeah.
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 Now I'm seeing I would put, if I were Luca, so I think left Pegasus. I saw Pegasus, Phase Assassin, Falconer. If I were Luca there, I think I would put Pegasus at the bottom.
Yeah.
I would put the Falconer and the Phase Assassin at the top. Now, Falconer lets you shuffle away the Pegasus.
Yes.
And the question is, do you want a Phase Assassin right now?
I probably will want it. Yeah. I'll probably draw the Phase Assassin and then the Falconer to shuffle away the Pegasus, get another bat.
The other thing I saw in Jared's hand is a Poison Nova.
Oh, I see.
Which is going to be a problem at some point, I think, here for Luca.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, for Luca, one Violent was enough to block the aggression, and it didn't really help that the Headless One decided to take trips into the corner of the realm. But it's still an open game, right? The Single was quite critical in setting Jared's back in terms of mana. Now he can recast the Mermaids to draw one card from the bottom, or whatever he has in hand, which we are oblivious to. But yeah.
I think Jared had at least 5 or so spells in hand from what I could tell. Looks like there was possibly a Replication and a Poison Nova, but I didn't really get a good look at what else was there.
And that would make sense because he drew one with Mermaids.
Yeah, so the Mermaids is card neutral, as is this
and
Apprentice Wizard.
An Apprentice Wizard here, so more
and that's
blockers.
The turn, which, I mean, compared to what we've seen from Jared's deck, it's
but,
not a huge turn.
It's still a solid turn, and here we see the Horn connecting, but there's a pretty solid defensive position.
It's a great turn for a Boulder, but unfortunately no Boulder. Cloud Spirit can grapple shot into the Violent,
yeah. And he could get rid of the Apprentice
Wizard, attack for 4.
by attacking and swinging for 4.
He could even get rid of the Apprentice Wizard with the Avatar.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problematic play in that then the Violent comes back from the grave to take care of the Cloud Spirit. So
it's true.
It's gonna kill it.
So he's opted to draw a sight here, which is interesting. And it's a Sinkhole.
That is very interesting,
which is very interesting.
And he plays it. Now he has 4 mana, a Grapple Shot, Shackles, and a Taurus Hammer Trinket.
Which means he can Taurus Hammer and Grapple Shot.
He can Iron Shackle the Imp. He can just kill the Wizard with the Cloud Spirit and then have a clean swing for 5 with the Headless Wand. Because he still has 1 mana. So, yeah, perfect.
That's nice.
Perfectly played.
And so that gets around, Davide, what you were talking about as the weakness of killing the Imp, which is now there's no easy out to get rid of the Cloud
Exactly.
Spirit.
This was very good play, and now we see the Single setting back Jared. I have to compliment Luke again. It's
wow.
For
somebody, he had a lot of options there.
For somebody, this Avatar Affair, a lot of people say it's not as complicated as it seems, and I disagree. It has a lot of. It's not necessarily the complicated moves that you perform while you're playing in your turn. It's like the foresight that you need to stack everything, like all the plays and the cards. So yeah, Jared here is at 15, and he was on the receiving side of 2 Sinkholes. So with no cores into play and no blockers, he will be forced to draw a sight and play the sight.
And just keeping Jared further away from his Philosopher's Stone and his cause, but also from the Poison Nova.
Yes.
By getting 1 mana further back.
Yeah.
So now, we said it before, how crucial is this Headless Haunt roll next turn?
Well, at this point, every roll is crucial, but then again, the disadvantage of Sinkhole is that it makes Headless Haunt a little bit less powerful.
It does.
Less hits, but in this case, that is what we wanted. Now, he's going to play a side at the back that minimizes the angles from the Headless Haunt, or not.
No, he's not. Because it can get him trapped. He is now in danger of getting trapped on the back row. Which maybe isn't the worst for his deck. I mean, he's got so many stones. If Lucas starts drawing sides every turn, he's probably not too worried about that. But maybe that was on his mind. I don't know. Yeah, Fate Changeling was the thing.
Fate Changeling, yes.
That was the best 3-drop for him to have there. Absolutely.
Yes, it is, indeed. I was thinking, it's probably going to be another Wizard or mermaids, but Fey Changeling is a blocker and is a massive tempo. So interesting, very interesting game.
And just in return for exactly what we're talking about, the sinkhole accomplished for Luca there, the Fey Changeling again puts Jared closer to the Poison Nova before he's going to take more damage, which is huge.
Yeah. Now Luca's probably going to
He can get him for 4.
aggress the 9th square away from the...
So
you don't want that Changeling into the graveyard.
No, so he can go Trinket either on his avatar or on his Cloud Spirit and then bounce his own avatar over onto the Oasis and attack with both.
Yeah, he can play again then. I have not
But then
seen...
does he have... What has he got in hand? He's got Iron Shackles, which he's spent.
I think he has Devil's Egg. He has
Devil's Egg's
Hammer
huge.
Trinket, and he has the Haunt. Now he has to draw. Probably he's going to draw Sight.
If he's got Devil's Egg, I'd be tempted to just start getting in as much damage as you can. It's like every one can... Yeah, I don't know.
It could be. So I mean, like with 3 mana, you could either drop Devil's Egg, which is completely fine, but
I guess you get an extra
Cloud Spirit.
Yeah, you get an extra damage from playing a Sight because of the Trinket, but then it's at the cost of a card.
It is the cost of the card, but it's otherwise. What would you do? Would you draw another Sight with the Avatar, or would you hit for one?
I think I would, if I played the Devil's Egg and drew a spell, depending on what I drew, I'd probably want to hit for one.
Because here, if you play the Sight here, you go for 4 damage this turn, right? Like
Trinket Devil's Egg.
Trinket Devil's Egg. Yeah.
He is likely to blow a tower, is the only thing.
Oh, that could happen too.
But it's a free city.
It's a free city in a weird spot. Not sure I would have played it there, but...
Maybe doesn't want it to be a non-air site towards the middle of the board to give his avatar maximum flexibility. I'm not sure.
It could be, yes.
I think now he's got the choice between the Haunt and the Devil's Egg as his 3 mana play here.
Yeah.
I think the Devil's Egg is the
I would go with
decisive play.
100%.
Yeah.
It is a reliable... no.
There goes the Haunt. Are we sure he's got a Devil's Egg?
No, I'm not sure.
No, so it could have been
It looked like so.
Yeah.
It looked like a Devil's Egg, but I may be
trying to catch his. So he's definitely got a Trinket. And then what is that second card, Luca? Show us.
I see quite a bit of red surrounded by darkness. So.
Maybe waiting.
Could still be like another Headless Haunt and some glare.
So Jared opting to draw a Sight there. Spell there, not a Sight. Does he have a Sight in hand still? I'm not sure that he does. So could be happy to operate off the 3 mana this turn. There's a lot of pointing going on at the Violimp and the Iron Shackles.
Yeah, we'll see another blocker there. He is going to put up a bit of defense now.
And now, by playing Apprentice Wizard there, he's saying, if you want to take out my blockers, you have to get through the Fate Changeling too, really.
Indeed. And that's why I also would not necessarily play the Headless Haunt, and that if it ends on the right side of the screen, Fate Changeling... Or Fate Changeling can just like block and bounce it again. Whereas at least
he does have the disenchant. Okay, interesting.
Then...
And so, yeah, I'm not sure why he thought the Cloud Spirit was dead.
I don't know.
Not sure.
Because the Violin is not dead, so...
No. Can't do it again. So he's getting in for 2.
Definitely swing.
Yeah, that's something Violent can 100% do. And now Luca actually does have the opportunity to, if he rolls well here, that looks like a high number, which is probably not good. Although the Avatar can move back, so this is okay. It can bounce it.
Yeah.
Forward onto the Mirror Realm.
Yeah, he will still be
blockable by the Apprentice
Wizard.
Yeah.
But at least, well, no, he has already 2 damage that he can play in at the back row where the tower is sitting.
But it does mean that if he puts the Trinket on the Cloud Spirit, he's threatening 3 with that.
Yes.
It's like, do you want to block with the Apprentice Wizard for the 3? Yeah.
And the doubt is, does he have an egg or not?
So he's gone straight forward. And
that is what is consuming me? Is it the Delzag or
I think it's a grapple shot.
Yeah, the grapple shot we knew from before, and the trinket we knew from
So it's
before.
grapple
but
shot,
what is
trinket,
that?
and plume Pegasus.
Okay, so there's no
Yeah.
Delzag. It
No
was all
Delzag.
in my head. I apologize.
And he's opted to bounce that Headless Haunt straight forward. And now, yeah.
That is
That's the brutality.
that's not
I think he needed to go onto that Mirror Realm. He needed to do a diagonal bounce.
Yeah.
I mean, the plus, and is he going to play the trinket? He has to play the trinket here.
Yes. Unless he's going to.
I mean, he's playing the Pegasus. I'm fine with that because it's a good threat. But yeah, and he's doing the trinket. Okay, so he's got the grapple shot next turn. So now he's saying, okay, you can bounce one of my things with your changeling, but you're spending a chunk of mana, which you actually don't have a lot of this game.
Yeah.
And you give it back to me.
But yeah, 3 minions. But
And the
Jared
Pegasus is harder to deal with.
It is, but Jared's getting very close to Poison Nova.
He is.
So
in fact, he's got it this turn.
He could get rid of both the
get rid of
Headless
everything
Haunt
with the wizard.
and the with a wizard. Yes, there is a wizard that can cast that. So
does he
that
have?
is
And he
what is
does.
going to
He's
happen.
got the 2 fire threshold.
He has 4 mana and
That's
it's going to land
super
aside.
unfortunate.
So we
So
will
he
see.
needed to play that Pegasus back on the observatory, sadly.
Yep.
And then bounce it forward next turn.
We are gonna. Well, yeah, he would have. Yes, I see. Yeah, no. Poison Nova is gonna. It's gonna be sufficient here to clear all minions and give multiple.
And then we're gonna have just a grapple shot and a trinket in hand for Luca, which is gonna be painful.
Is that a twist of fate? No, that's a disenchant.
Yes. And so I think it's Oasis on the home side and Oasis on site 9. So there is the 2 fire threshold. It's only 1 fire threshold anyway for Poison Nova. So
but he has the mana, he has the threshold.
He's going to try and get the Violent away, and Luca 100% should defend this.
Which
he just moved. He's moved. Yes.
He just moved. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Poison Nova clearing the board.
It's huge.
Now it gets more difficult for Luca and that. 5 mana for Jared. He's going to efficiently recycle his minions. Now now amounting to just 1 Apprentice Wizard.
So
and
Guy
Deep
Hippogriffs
Sea.
is really what Luca needs here. So he's got a Highland Falconer, which is not bad.
It's not bad. It is going to give him some fuel. I think he was hoping to connect this turn with a grapple shot.
And at least he gets to get rid of that wizard. Like that, we've got a Deep Sea Mermaids and a wizard anyway in the bin for Jared. So I think if he bounces his avatar, attacks down onto the Oasis with a trinket, he's threatening 2 damage, and Jared's going to block. He's getting a blocker out of the way. In fact, I would do that first before playing the Falconer here. Just give away less information.
Yes, that would be a good play.
That's assuming that Falcon is going to be his only other play for the turn, which I think it has to be, really.
Well, I believe he has a grapple shot and a Taurus Hammer trinket in hand, so
if he was going to do the trinket on the
definitely
avatar,
does not want to kill that Vine Imp. He could bounce and attack for 2.
That's what I think I would do. But I think I would probably do that first before the Falconer, just because it changes Jared's blocking math potentially.
I agree, yeah. That is always something to do if you don't want to give him too much information about the fact that you can swing with an extra body later on, being the bat.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't really make a difference if you're just going to attack the wizard. You don't need to play the trinket.
Yeah, we'll see. So
what's Jared got here now?
He's
going for a sight.
Trinket and grapple shot. He needs minions now.
Does Jared have things like Great Old One in hand he's trying to ramp up into? It'd be interesting to get a peek at Jared's hand here, but he's
to see what
just keeping it out of view.
But unfortunately, we cannot see.
Thanks, Ochoa, for the comments. I think we might have missed your goodbye, but just in case you happen to watch back and see what happened at the end of the game, thanks for all your comments along the way, and thanks everyone else who's chiming in the comments as well. So we're going to color out a space here from Jared, taking up to 1, 2, 3, 4 water threshold, and things like Great Old One or Floodplain are going to potentially get his water threshold up, even though things like the Lone Tower there don't have water threshold at the moment. The Violent attacking in, getting Luca down to 15. So life total not a huge concern for Luca at the moment, but consistent chip damage can be a problem if it's not dealt with and if you're not putting your own pressure on. That Highland Falconer was a good draw for Luca last turn in that it's a reliable source of a bit of damage. I think if it was something like a Haunt, it might have been a bit more nerve-wracking as to whether it was really going to connect in time. And then we're seeing a Grandmaster Wizard come down for Jared. So this is Jared saying, okay, we've really got to start this engine.
Sorry. I was complaining about the deck with Zalem. Now, what I do is just like, I test the deck, something happens, and then I go crying to Zalem for a solid week, and then end up playing whatever he says I should play. And so far, 2 events out of 2, I managed to bring it to the either finals or top 4. But
that's good.
I see a Grandmaster Wizard has.
Yes, the Grandmaster Wizard's appeared, but that's all of Jared's mana. So we had an
with his
attack,
appearance. Yeah.
attack with the Violent, and then a Grandmaster Wizard comes down. So it's an interesting choice here. Is that an air side that the Wizard's on? I can't quite recall.
I believe it was Ruin, but the amount of glare.
Yeah, it's hard for us to tell.
Unless it was either that or a Floodplain, but it may have been the.
Yeah, it might have been a Floodplain.
Yeah. The Grandmaster Wizard here is
well, it's kind of crucial because if Jared can bounce away the Wizard,
it draws free, and even if it dies,
if Luca can bounce away the Wizard, rather, that's kind of big.
Oh, yes.
Because if you can send it over onto that rubble, for example, get it out of the way, then
the elemental nature of that side is very crucial. But from here, it looks like it looks like a sample pack. So
it does. Okay, so the Avatar takes it out. Okay.
And it's a Floodplain, but yeah, see here.
I mean, it's 4 damage coming in,
and it's still okay because I
can see what you mean about that card in Luca's hand looking like a Devil's Egg.
Yeah, right.
I just caught a glance of it, and I was like, "Oh, there's a Devil's Egg."
It is confusing.
Okay, but, he's thinking about attacking that Grandmaster Wizard.
I think it's a good play because what is Jared gonna do next turn?
Is he gonna spend 6 mana?
He's not going to. In this turn, it makes sense because it's at least a blocker that Luca has to deal with. But next turn, it's just going to be a ghost that draws you 3 cards, and then you're going to die with a lot of cards in your hand. So I think we will not see Jared playing that again from the grave this turn. Mind, he should still have a Fate Change.
He's got the Trinket here. Is it Trinket and Egg? If it's Trinket and Egg, that's huge. Like that's
So 4 mana on Luca's side. Trinket Grapple Shot are the ones that we know. They have been there.
And Trinket Grapple Shot is also 6 damage.
Trinket Grapple Shot is also quite good. So he's on 8. He's not gonna be able to that store him this turn. But we see
But putting him to 2 is pretty good.
And now he's probably thinking, am I gonna use this Grapple Shot now? Because just has been holding there, has been in his hand. He has been trying to maximize its impact, probably trying to wait for the window with a handless one. But, sometimes you just have to swing it.
Sometimes you just have to use it while you've got the 3 rather than the 2.
I mean, Jared doesn't play Clutch Healing, right? So...
okay. Well, Headless Haunt was his other card. I can understand playing that instead of the
Shot. Completely legit. But... from Luca's perspective, because he's not versing a deck that plays Divine Healing and can clash for 7, Angel's Egg takes a bit to recoup life. So I'm very interested to see what Jared is going to be. What is the defensive line he's going to deploy? We are a bit far in terms of animating that Leviathan.
Yeah, he's just a couple of turns off, unless he does what you suggested last time, which is Aquamarine Core into Replication.
Right.
And then he's still one off from that tower that he can't flood with the floodplain, unfortunately.
Yeah, one of the best play I think so far has been making sure that the Violent doesn't die. So the Violent is just there,
Yep.
chipping life total, but like not
dying
Not
and
a-
then killing something.
not destroying the birds.
Yes.
And that is interesting. That is amazing how this deck, even if it doesn't really draw at all, Avatar of Air can really deal a significant amount of damage and sometimes like burst damage out of nowhere.
Part of that is also being able to operate on such a low amount of mana as well. Because you can just draw spells every turn and still be functional.
Yeah, but you tend to lose resources pretty quick. So cards like Observator are really good in that. They give you a little bit of a help in making sure you don't draw too many dead cards.
So 4 cards here for Jared. And interested to know what you think about Luca chose not to bounce last turn the bats, for example. So he could have, playing around at a second Poison Nova, like bounce the bats up onto the rubble or somewhere out of range of a Poison Nova.
Yeah, that would have made sense indeed, I think.
Because I don't think he used his ability last turn that I can remember.
Not sure, but like he can't because he's on floodplain.
It's floodplain.
That is
so
right. Yeah. It would have made 100% sense because then you can just attack diagonally into the Cause Out of Space, which is quite huge.
But if he had bounced
is
the
a
bats onto the rubble, he would have been cheating. So
it is a floodplain.
That's a less good play.
Yeah, our minds tell us that is ruins, but it's
so
a ruins.
It's a
that is
sample
not.
pack.
It's either a sample pack or a very glary floodplains.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since you said it looks like a sample pack, that's all I can see.
But that
it definitely does.
That is what it is. Mike may attempt to buy that one.
Or rip it. Thankfully, he's far away.
Or rip it, yes.
He can't get here in time to rip it before this game's over. So Luca, Jared's having a think here.
Jared
so he's got
is,
his 6 mana.
This is a very
That's
decisive
crucial.
turn.
I mean,
he has really to, because again, Headless Haunt, so stressful. Like you don't
so
really
stressful.
know where is it gonna land. Now
stressful when you're on 5 and you know that your opponent has a trinket in hand as well.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14 chances that it lands where it has to land. And that is a lot.
That's a lot.
Now that Haunt is close to 75%, 70% to land on a side that allows it to, void or a side that allows it to strike for 4. And let's remember, Luca has a Torus Hammer Trinket and a Grapple Shot. So that's potentially 10 damage. Not that he needs them, but, could clear a blocker and then Grapple Shot, and that is exactly what he needs. So,
Smokestacks of Nyak.
A smokestack, very far.
Chose not to turn off the Free City.
And here we see the blocker.
We see the blocker, which is going to get potentially eaten by the Highland Falconer or the Avatar.
That speaker should be tapped. No, it's getting tapped.
Yep.
Sure has
So
3
4
mana. Oh, and we see a Violent. That is very good play from Jared here. A Violent.
Crucial.
It's going to block. It's going to come back.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 mana left for Jared here.
Now,
Luca has a lot of hits, both on the Headless Haunt, but also on the top of his deck.
Now, if I'm correct, Luca can win next turn. He can attack with the Falconer on the back row for 1. Oh no, he can't because Jared will be able to block.
What's he rolled?
Ooh. Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
That is beyond. Now I'm sure. Well, I wouldn't have changed anything, right? Even he played it to shut down the Free City, but that is a hell of a haunt there.
That's a big roll.
Galloping in the night to just deal 4+1 of the Falconer with no chance.
My goodness.
For Jared to block those 2 attacks. So he's going to
go. And he gets to just move up there, sit on top of the Death Speaker with a Disenchant in hand, irrelevant, but Grapple Shot in hand, more crucially.
And he'll
And attack for 5.
Yep. And that puts Jared to death's door. Now,
And now he can pass the turn.
this is going to be huge because having that is that an oasis? That's
was
an
it a-
oasis, right? So he cannot use.
I mean,
his
it's not a big deal, but was it a mistake to attack with the haunt back in rather than onto the smokestacks? Just poison over.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that because it teleports. So he was probably thinking, I have a grapple shot. I want minions that can grapple shot. I don't want to stack them here, but probably he forgot that the haunt will
Haunt's gonna
teleport
teleport
away.
anyway.
So
Might as well be far away.
that exposes him to the Nova. But then again, he has a grapple shot in hand.
All right, so
He has-
Jared is going for the Hail Mary. The Grandmaster Wizard has just been flashed back, if you like.
Yeah, for free. So that's a pretty powerful.
Pretty powerful.
Summoning from the graveyard. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mana left. No sights in hand, I don't think. So likely to be 7.
yeah,
A Death Deal is going to be helpful.
but still, it's not going to change anything
It's
because
not
he's
gonna
on
change
death's
anything.
door and there is an avatar with a grapple shot. So honestly,
Wow.
I don't see a way out here. Given
Royal Bodyguard?
well, yes, wrong colors. And I have to say, Luca destroyed me before, even if I had a Royal Bodyguard and that's door, and he had a Rolling Boulder. But he managed to swing in with.
Rolling Bolt is very good against Royal Bodyguard.
It's very good, but at least it doesn't kill you, right? So you're still alive because the effect happens simultaneously. So even if you're on that story,
Yes.
it will kill the bodyguard. And
Yes, as long as it's on the same side. Yeah.
But yeah, probably that was the mistake
Hmm.
that I made. But it's really hard to play against maddening bells. So now back to this game. This is
Yeah, what's Jared got? He's got 7 mana.
yeah.
He's got no chance for an Island Leviathan, I don't think. Unless he has a side in hand and he plays the Great Old One, activates the Island Leviathan, but then that's all he's got.
Well, I was writing Nigel this morning. I say I generally hope your son wins. And then I was saying, I'm gonna make your life difficult, Luca, because if you beat me and then you beat Jared, you would have beaten the vice champion and the champion in ANZ. So it's gonna be a great weekend for you. And by the looks of this board state, it looks like it may happen.
It may happen. So PMAX says Maddening Bells is banned in my house.
Well, I mean, that is.
Look, not unreasonable.
I respect that.
I also respect that. I can understand why that is a house rule.
Yeah. But good thing is that after we saw this beautiful combo deck by Jared and Nick, I think Roots and Yggdrasil and Crossroads can go back together in decks.
No,
Because honestly,
no. I would much rather people be doing this.
yeah. It's much easier to counter.
Well, it's not about being
No,
much easier to counter. It's just your opponent still gets to play the game.
Yeah.
That's
But
the key thing.
I think it is. There are ways in which fast aggro as this one can take care
But like,
of
what an
this.
absorbing contest.
Yeah, it is super interesting. Now I think Jared is still thinking about
Fair enough.
what can.
Just like Nico had a
me.
really good think about that last move of the Pathfinder and the common sense.
I think that was he spent half an hour thinking why didn't put.
Why did I put Heat Ray in my
Heat Ray
deck?
in my
Yeah, he
You're
did,
like
and
a
he was still
tutor.
thinking that afterwards when I spoke to him.
Oh yeah.
So he does have a sight by the looks. So is this going to be sight, Great Old One, attack with Leviathan? Maybe. I mean, this does mean that the Death Speaker's not moving.
Oh, there is
So
a
it's sight, Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, there is. If he were at 1 life point, maybe he could put Luca.
It is Great Old One.
Ooh,
It is activate Leviathan.
great. And that is quite a bit of damage there.
But Leviathan can't get in because it's not actually adjacent to one of Luca's sites.
Oh, I see.
So it just had to move.
It's just been moved, and then
and
grapple
then grapple
shot, and
and
Lucas
Luca's done it. My goodness.
Look at this. I am very happy.
Wow. After losing game 1.
His dad is gonna be proud. This is a great kid. I love this. Like this game, people that played similar games like Magic, and then they start with their sons. Like
Wow.
we had the pleasure of testing with Nigel and Luca, and look at this. Like he brought a victory home and the title back to Melbourne in a way.
And can we
And
just say, like, you've said it a few times, but Jared and Nick have spent hours and hours and hours exploring this meta, testing. I changed the rules at the last minute on them with the rules errata, and they came up with still a second best deck that has made it all the way to the final and been awesome.
Yeah. We will not ask you what your favorite bet is, Italian style, just to exact vengeance on your rules last time. But
so no, I'm extremely pleased to see this kind of Death Speaker deck. As you said, like the meta had rotated. Death Speaker was the big bad. All of a sudden it was out of the meta, unplayable. I think Luca actually said this morning, Luca loves Death Speaker too. He said, I love my Death Speaker. I just don't think it's playable at the moment. And Jared came in and said,
it is a great, we have to acknowledge it. Like Jared, every time he has shown up here, he has brought innovative decks, and those decks have been quite influential. So I hope this also takes hold, because it's a really powerful combo. It's like very brainy in a way. But what again? Like, this was a great final. They played
and how well
3
played
games.
By both players.
Yes, they played 3 games very close. And it's well deserved in that Nick and Jared, they played 70 hours last week, and I think Luca probably was close to that with Kevin. So what an amazing
practice
final.
makes perfect. Well done, guys. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed it at home, and we'll see you next time.
See you.
Cheers.